User in your channel is recording. User left your channel.
A human. Some consider him to be a higher animal, while others see him as a likeness of God. But what is hidden behind his creation? Tales, legends, and myths of ancient peoples have preserved the past of our civilization. They contain more information than the multi-volume works of some scholars. The analysis of ancient texts suggests that the evolution of humankind did not occur quite as it is described in textbooks. Sumerian and Babylonian cuneiform tablets, Egyptian papyri, Southern American Indian codices, biblical texts, unusual burials and artifacts. They provide evidence that extraterrestrial civilizations visited our planet. What role did they play in the evolution of humans and humankind? Who helped people and who used them for their own purposes? Where races came from? DNA as a tool for gene modification. Games of the gods. The true history of human development. It's time to bring the truth back to people. On August 13, 2023, watch the Kaleidoscope of Facts, Human Evolution. Initiated by participants of Alatra International Public Movement.
Hello, friends. The mystery of the creation of a human being is one of the greatest mysteries of our time. And there are many theories and hypotheses about it. So today we will try to understand this topic and consider some of them. Our speakers will give you a lot of interesting facts about who is a human being and where did he come from on planet Earth. First, Jonathan will tell us about what science says about the origin of the human being.
Thank you, Alexei. Greetings, friends. It is said that modern man, Homo sapiens, originated about 300,000 years ago. In comparison to the time of the
User left your channel.
complex life on Earth, some 400 million years ago, this short span of time
User left your
raises
channel.
the obvious question of whether we are the first civilization on Earth. How did humans appear on Earth in the first place? And is it true that our ancestors once hung on trees and ran around with clubs? In 1978, anthropologists led by Mary Leakey discovered human-like footprints in volcanic rock in the area of Leatoli in Tanzania. There are quite a few volcanoes in Leatoli's vicinity. 3.6 million years ago, the land was covered with volcanic ash, which, due to rainfall, soaked into a thick layer of soft soil, in addition to the footprints of humanoid creatures. Many of the animals that live there at that time were imprinted in it. Later, the volcanic ash hardened and turned into stuff, and the footprints were preserved.
Disconnected.
Until today. The humanoid beings that had left these chains of footprints varied in size. The smallest walked side by side with the largest, slightly behind the third, whose weight was slightly smaller. The chains of footprints stretches over 27.5 meters. Almost 4 decades after Mary Leakey's expedition, researchers from Italy and Tanzania found new Laetolith tracks, also belonging to unknown two-legged creatures. There were found traces of two hominids, and one of them, according to the calculation, was 1 meter and 61 centimeters tall and weighed 48 kilograms. This is more than any Australopithecus known to scientists from bone remains or footprints. His foot length was 27 centimeters, which corresponds to a shoe size 44 on the European scale. Similar traces are found all over the surface of the Earth. Did modern human beings really exist on the planet as long as 4 million years ago? Or whose footprints are these? Stay with us and we will find the answer to this question together. At the moment, official science considers humans a genus in the hominids family of the primate group and tries to fit any findings to the false theory of evolution. There have been discovered many remains of ancient extinct members of the species Homo, and the evolutionary relationship are confusing and contradictory. Let's briefly discuss several species of Homo, both those that are non-human-like at all and those that possessed advanced brains and had their own culture. According to Darwinists, modern humans evolved from apes-like creatures. We talked at length about the invalidity of Darwin's theory in the part 1 of the Kaleidoscope of Fact number 31st. Scientific evidence of the existence of God. According to the fictional evolutionary scenario, until recently, it was believed that it was linear evolution and simplified from it looked something like this. First, we were Australopithecus, then Homo habilis, followed by the third Homo erectus, and after that, Homo sapiens, meaning the same as you and me. The latest research shows that several hominin species coexisted on Earth simultaneously in different geologic areas. However, are all the listed species of Homo human beings? Let's try to figure it out. Who are Australopithecines? Australopithecus afarensis. Australopithecus means southern ape. All Australopithecus species are extinct apes similar to modern apes. The brain volume of all these species is the same or less than that of chimpanzee, with a maximum height of 130 centimeters. It has protrusion on its arms and legs to climb trees, and its hind legs can girdle the trunk of a tree. Numerous nuances in skull structure, close-set eyes, pointed molars, jaw-shaped, long arms, short legs are all evidence that these apes are no different from modern apes. The picture shows the skull of a orangutan for comparison. In addition, anthropologist studies have shown that Australopithecines traveled on 4 limbs. One of the most important morphological differences between humans and apes is the structure of the skull. The skull of Homo sapiens is rounded. It has high forehead and a small face compared to the rest of it. Let's look now further and compare the two. Next in the classification is Homo habilis, the skilled man. Here's a reconstruction of the skull of a skilled man. Again, we see the same large face, sloping forehead, and small skull volume. The shape of the jaw is identical to that of a modern apes, and the brain volume was 550 square cube centimeters. Paleontologist Bernard Hood, after examining the remains, concluded that Homo habilis has a large number of similarities with the apes Australopithecus, the same as Australopithecus, long arm, short legs, and ape-like skeleton. Regarding the analysis of the teeth, the species such as Australopithecus, Homo habilis, Homo erectus, and Homo neanderthalis, anthropologist Holly Smith says the following. Smith, pattern of dental development of gracile Australopithecines and Homo habilis remain classified with African apes. Those of Homo erectus and Neanderthals are classified with humans. In other words, there is no transitional form between ape and human. Other discovery of Homo rudolphinis. This is the term used for remains found in 1972 in Kenya near the Rudolph River. It is a species that coexists with Homo habilis that is dated about 2 million years ago. The face of Homo rudolphinis is markedly flattened and the zygomatic region is turned forward. The shape of the facial skeleton allow Homo rudolphinis to be brought closer to the older flat-faced Kenyanthropus. However, in general, Homo rudolphinis differ rather slightly from Homo habilis. All anatomical features of these creatures speaks of their belongings to the species of apes and are ranked as Homo without justification. And the following Homo remains really belong to Homo erectus, upring human being. The skeleton of Homo erectus and the skeleton of modern human beings do not differ from each other. The most famous specimen of Homo erectus is called Naricotum Homo erectus from Turkana Boy, was found in Africa near the lake Turkana in Kenya. The remains were found to belong to a 12-year-old child who would have reached a height of 1.83 meters in adulthood. His skeleton was not different from a modern skeleton. And it's one of the most complex and oldest fossilized remains found to date. The remains are about 1.6 million years old. The physics and proportion of the organs corresponded to those of a modern inhabitant of equatorial Africa. The size of the body organs is identical to the organs of an adult male of the white race. Even more fascinated are the remains found in 1994 in Spain by 3 Spanish paleontologists from the University of Madrid in the Grand Dolina cave. In the Atapuerca region, it was the skull of an 11-year-old child, completely similar to modern humans. The age of the found is 800,000 years old. The remains were named Homo antecessor. It was, that is, the human predecessor. Since then, many similar finds have been made in the area. And in June 2022, a fragment of the jaw of Homo antecessor was found in the same mountains in the cave of Cima del Elefante. According to the results of primary research, the age of it was estimated to 1.4 million years old. Also, you have probably heard that there were Homo heidelbergensis. Who are Homo heidelbergensis? The name comes from the Heidelberg Grotto in Western Germany, where a massive jaw was found during quarries in 1907, from which the species was described. Although the skull is low with its thick walls and very massive jaw with large teeth, it is characterized by a large brain and rounded occiput. Fossils included in the classification of Homo heidelbergensis indicates that 500 and even 740,000 years old in England and Spain lived people anatomically similar to modern Europeans. But what was the relatively less distant past? At present, there are full genomic data on several vastly different human populations whose representatives had large brains and lived more than 70,000 years ago and existed in parallel. This is Neanderthal. Homo erectus, Homo floresinis, which also almost certainly intersected with us during the last 100,000 years, although it was only been found so far within the Icelands of Flores. Denisova hominis, fragment of whose remains have been discovered in Russia on the territory of modern Altai. Cro-Magnon humans. These are also signs of another unknown related group corresponded in the genome of modern human in the form of traces of ancient DNA about 100,000 years old. Thus, our evolutionary history is even more simple, even compared to what was thought about in just 10 years ago. We have selected reconstitutions that are close to the image of humans, yet the vastness of the internet is teeming with pictures of ape-like humans. For what is done and why some scientists are so insistent on Darwin's version, we will tell more in the Kaleidoscope. Stay tuned. If we trace the history of emergence and disappearance of certain genetic groups of people, we see not a smooth evolution, but a discontinuous change. It is also interesting to see how this fits with the 12,000-year cycles, as well as the time of death of the neighboring planet Mars and Phantom. For instance, the Neanderthal suddenly appeared in Europe 100,000 years ago. The age of the remains of the earliest Neanderthals is about 500,000 years ago. And 40,000 years ago, just as quickly and silently disappeared or assimilated with other races. Climate change is thought to have been the cause of their extinction. The predominant population in Europe became the Cro-Magnon. The name comes from the rock grotto of Cro-Magnon in France. These people had a dome-shaped skull and a broad forehead. the skulk volume was 1,600 cube centimeters and larger than the average skulk volume in modern humans. Cro-Magnon is a race that existed in Europe presumably 45 to 10,000 years ago. The age of the earliest remains found in Morocco 300,000 years ago. That is at the time of Atlantis on Earth, mainly dominated Cro-Magnon. And it was at that time of Atlantis on Earth that modern races of people appeared. About them, we will tell a little bit later. And now, let's return to the question, which was voiced at the very beginning. Are we the first civilization on Earth? After all, on the one hand, what we are presented by anthropologists and articles convince us that we are the first and only civilization. And on the other hand, there is a mass of artifacts that confirm something completely different. How can this contradiction be explained? We found out that, according to archaeological data, humanoid life on our planet appeared about 1 million years ago. Then, who left the footprint in the volcanic tuff in Tanzania? Or are these footprints from vehicles that are at least 12 million years old? Researcher, geologist candidate of geological mineralogical science, Alexander Viktorovich Kultipin, study such traces. And this is what he holds us, especially for the kaleidoscope of facts.
I travel to places where I look for evidence of the ancient age of humans. I won't touch upon ruins now. I'll focus on just two geological formations, or rather technogenic geological formations, like tracks left by cars, bicycles, motorcycles, some kind of tracked vehicles, and human footprints, which we have found all around the world. In Spain, Italy, Bulgaria, Turkey, and there are many of them in Crimea and Malta. They are also found in North America. As far as I know, in Mexico, I received data on these, and also in China. These are huge and long, extended tracks. We even drove a Fiat car along these tracks at first, so they completely matched, approximately the same width. But when I started studying them closely, they turned out to have different widths, both those made by trucks and cars. There are some kind of subcompact cars with narrower, different wheel width. There's trucked transport. There are single track traces, which are about the width of motorcycles, bicycles. There are even pad trucks, like those from proms. And this is found in rock formations ranging in age between roughly 1 million years ago and 25 million years ago. But that's not all. In Spain, in Catalonia, I encountered such tracks in two places aged 140 million years, and in one place presumably 400 million years, which were formed in limestone, rhyolite and petrified sandstones. That's the age of these rocks. Naturally, they couldn't form later. They formed when the rock was loose, because no vehicle would leave such tracks. And you can see how the soil was squeezed out, and the traces of mud squeezing are visible. In certain areas, this fossilized mud has been preserved when they drove through mud that petrified. And near these tracks, there are often footprints, and not only those of humans. We saw footprints of some small creatures. There are many three-toed footprints that are often found in chains. We have seen many pathways that led to dwellings, fossilized pathways with fossilized footprints. The majority of them are found in Neogene deposits, ranging in age approximately from 16 to 5 and to 1 million years ago, but also as far back as 140 million years ago. We found such car tracks among the dinosaur tracks in the dinosaur park in Burgos, Spain. In other words, the dinosaur tracks intersect with car tracks. Can you imagine that? A completely different story. Moreover, these tracks are not barefoot but in shoes. Moreover, both men's and women's shoes. I compared them with imprints in the snow made by modern footwear, and there you can clearly see women's high-heeled shoes and the like. So we can imagine that there was a civilization. We live through multiple cycles of civilization development, which have destroyed itself many times.
Amazingly, footprints 140 million years old. That's earlier than the geologic record of the Earth primates. This is where the thoughts come to mind that it is not without reason that some scientists believe that there was no evolution. But on the contrary, there was involution. That is, monkey-like creatures are just lower, degraded people. Other scientists suggested that apes appeared as a result of genetic experiments on humans. Paleontologist Alexander Beloff puts forward the following hypothesis. Instinct erectus, habilis, and Australopithecus should be considered as transitional from to great apes, which actively mastered the arboreal way of life and acquired adaptations for trees climbing. How degradation occurs, Alexander Beloff, in his book Secret Pedigree of Mankind, The Mystery of the Transformation of People into Animals, writes, degeneration begins in the heads, and first negative changes must be sought inside, then outside the head, turning off those areas of the brain that are responsible for social and rational behaviors contribute to their dysfunction. As a consequence, the shape of the brain changed and its volume shrinks. This leads to morphological changes in the head and then the body as a whole. It degrades first the human thinks and then biological body. Thinking becomes more holistic to fragmentary. After the earthly human being lost his interest in cognition, the safe fate of rather rapid degeneration awaited him or her. The loss of human thinking is followed by a change of the form of the body. This process takes place against the background of isolation and earthly human beings from the rest of the cosmic community. With regard to the present-day Earth, people, we can say the following with its certainty. They are only a small part of the cosmic humanity, which has lost the knowledge of its true origin. Being in long isolation from the cosmic humanity, the Earth, people being too degenerated gradually. The Earth has probably been populated many times by human beings, and not only by them, but also by other intelligent non-human beings. As for the oldest Paleozoic human, they were probably generally similar to human beings. Since both the earliest humans and modern humans are descended from a single cosmic human species. Thus, why are there not fossilized remains of ancient civilization preserved? There is a law of burial of organic remains. According to this law, remains are preserved mainly only in sedimentary rocks, and even better, in seawater. Therefore, paleontologists study life on our planets in 300 to 400 million years will have found aquatic and near-water fauna and flora and nothing else. And this was brilliantly showed in the book Taphonomy and Geological Records by Ivan Antronovich Efremov. The absence of fossilized remains of higher animals and humans in sedimentary rock strata of ancient period cannot be evidence of the real absence of higher animals and human in ancient period of our planet, say Alexander Belov. In a scientific article published in the 19th issue of the International Journal of Anthrobiology, Adam Frank, an astrophysicist at the University of Rochester, and Garvin Smith, director of NASA Goddard Institute of Space Study, also asked the question, it is possible to detect an industrial civilization in the geological record. Scientists have conducted that, for example, from all the dinosaurs that ever lived, we have only a few thousand more or less complete specimens equivalent to only a handful of individuals of these animals for thousands of taxa of every 100,000 years. It is clear then that a species has short-lived, as Homo sapiens might not have been represented at all in the current fossil records. The current area of urbanization is less than 1% of the Earth's total surface area, so the likelihood of preservation of objects and their discovery is equally unlikely. That is, when a global cataclysm occurs, civilization disappears virtually without traces. So, it is rather difficult to detect its traces. Our modern civilization existed about 12,000 years, and to date, know almost little about the first millennia of its existence. Valuable knowledge is lost because of greed and stupidity of people, megalomania, and as a consequence, constant wars of the main idea of consumer format of society to own and manage the world, the whole world. On the scale of civilization of humanoid beings, this stimulus of consumer format manifested in self-liquidation and elimination of each other. Therefore, humanoids beings belong to temporary type of civilization, which are lost quite quickly enough. From miserable remain, against there is renewal from scratch. And the history of development of human society repeats again. What should we humans do to cross the threshold with self-destruction and prolong the life of our civilization? Thank you for your attention. I pass the floor to the host.
Thank you, Jonathan. So, human being is the most mysterious creature on the planet because it consists not only of a material body, but also a part of God, the soul. So what do ancient legends and myths say about the creation of the human being? When did a human being get a body and what was it like? Andrea will tell us about it. Andrea, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Alexei. Greetings, friends. In the sacred scriptures of various religions, it is mentioned that the creation of humankind occurred twice, meaning in two stages. In the Bible, when describing the creation of humans and the universe, two different verbs are used: bara, created, and asa, made. Unfortunately, in almost all translations of the Torah or Testament into Russian, this distinction is lost. The same verb is translated into different words, or on the contrary, different verbs are translated using the same word, leading to misunderstandings in the text and the loss of meaning. The verb bara is usually translated as to create, and its meaning lies in the concept of creating something out of nothing, implying the emergence of a fundamentally new substance that did not exist in the world before and cannot be made by assembling elements that already exist. In contrast, After this, the other frequently used verb during creation, asa, which means to make, signifies transforming one thing into another, crafting a new object from existing elements. In other words, bara is something out of nothing, in Hebrew, yesh me'ayin, while asa is one from another, in Hebrew, yesh miyesh. In the Torah, when describing the creation of the world, the verb bara, meaning to create something out of nothing, to bring forth a fundamentally new component, is used only in three places. The first one is in the opening verse of the Torah, which states, "In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth." Here, the verb bara pertains to the entire creation as a whole. After this, in the narrative of the second, third, and fourth days of creation, the verb bara is not used. Everything that God created during these days, the sky, the sun, moon, and stars, seas, plants, and so on, is a transformation of what was created on the first day of creation. An analogy with the alphabet can help clarify this. It's not entirely accurate, but it will be understandable for the sake of comprehension. On the first day, the foundation was created, that is the alphabet. It is and in the subsequent days that the diversity of the world was crafted from this foundation, or in our analogy, books were created. However, on the fifth day, during the creation of animals, the verb bara is used once again. In Genesis 1:21, we read that God created bara every living creature, indicating that the creation of living beings marks a new stage of creation. The primary distinction from inanimate matter is the presence of intellect and life itself, although sometimes weakly expressed. The third occurrence of the word bara appears in the story of the creation of man. This signifies that the human soul is once again a new substance, distinct from both matter and animals. Thanks to the power of emanating from the soul, humans are capable of creating and generating something new. So within a human being, there are kind of three levels. The level of the first bara is matter, the level of the second bara is his animal component, and the level of the third bara is the divine component, his soul. All of these occurred within the first 6 days. Then, in Genesis 2:7, there is once again mention of the creation of man. This raises the question, if man has already been created, then why repeat this act? Vyacheslav Semyonovich Zhikov, a candidate of theological sciences, while studying rabbinic texts and the teachings of the ancient philosophers, including Philo, writes, "There is an opinion that at certain points in his work, Philo might have drawn from the notions that the initially created human entity was androgynous, meaning it possessed signs of both male and female genders. The same idea is supported by a number of rabbinic texts. As an example, a passage from the Midrash Rabbah Bereshit can be provided here. At the moment when the Holy One, blessed be He, created the first human, He created an androgynous being. Next, we should delve into the topic human creation according to Philo. As it is known, Genesis 1:27, in Philo's interpretation, is a narrative of the ideal heavenly human created in the image of God, while Genesis 2:7 is a narrative of the earthly human Adam created in the likeness of the heavenly. In other words, a man was initially created as spirit, incorporeal and without gender. This is also indicated in the Quran. Does man not remember that we created him before while he was nothing? This is Quran Surah Maryam 1967. In the interpretations, it's explained that this refers to the creation of man from nothingness. This particular ayah is not clear to everyone, and there are commentators who suggest not giving it much attention. However, if we draw a parallel with the Bible and the words of Philo, everything becomes clear. We created him before while he was nothing. In other words, we created him as spirit, even though the body was not yet present. In the ancient religion of Zoroastrianism, it is also mentioned that initially a man was created as spirit. Gaimard was a primordial human in the sense that humanity originated from him, yet he didn't possess a human form. Rather, he was a semi-divine figure, described as round and radiant, like the sun. Later, from gay marked people emerged in the form of a rhubarb plant. 40 years later, humans named Martian and Martiana grew from the ground as a rhubarb plant with a single stem. That is, the male and female essence were fused within a single being. Why it was said that the first humans were similar to the plant rhubarb, that is, man and woman were one intertwined being, and the far of Ahura Mazda, that is, the far of God, the spirit of God, stretched out of them. By the way, the first gods of the ancient Chinese pantheon, Fuxi and Nuwa, were also depicted in the same way. Their progenitor mother, Nuwa, was often depicted alongside a similar being, Fuxi, with a human-like torso and a snake's tail in place of legs. Moreover, their bodies were intertwined. Valery Ivanovich Zhiglov, candidate of biological sciences, doctor of philosophy and academician of International Academy, also came to the conclusion in his book Children of Light that the first humans did not have physical bodies. He writes that according to ancient spiritual teachings, the human entities of the first indigenous races had ethereal bodies and were immortal. With the acquisition of a corporeal shell, the division into two genders of the human race became dependent on external conditions and experienced death. It must be said that the image of the first man as spirit was described in different ways among different peoples. The description was provided associatively so as to be comprehensible to the people inhabiting specific territories. Similar myths can be seen all around the world. For example, among the Maasai, semi-nomadic indigenous African people, a pair of gods gave birth to a bright celestial tribe that lives an eternal life. The Madi and Moro peoples reside in Congo, Uganda, and the southern Sudan, believe that the first humans lived in the heavens. The Aborigines of Australia also have similar myths. At the time, on the Kilardoa, which means the western sky, there lived two beings described as Ngambikula, that is, emerged from nothing, or existing on their own. At that time, there were neither men nor women. The Inapertwar first humans lived in groups on the shores of salt water, the sea. They had no senses, they didn't eat anything, but why did the human body emerge? The first humans, according to Zoroastrianism, asked themselves for flesh so that they could overcome specific challenges and rightfully attain God's love. The same request led to the creation of the material world and the creation of flesh. This process is described in scriptures, myths, and traditions as the creation of humans from material followed by the breath of life being infused into this material. This is from Bible Genesis 2:7. And the Lord, Quran Surah 32 also said, "Then he fashioned him and breathed into him of his spirit and appointed for you hearing and sight and heart." Small things give you. In the legends of Zoroastrianism, it is said that Mashia and Moshian, originally intertwined in the form of the rhubarb plant, transformed from the form of a plant to the form of a human, and the fire as a spirit entered them. In a more ancient teaching, it is said that having acquired matter, the silver meant true to their essence. That is, at the first initial stage, there were no men and women. The masculine and feminine principle were fused in one being, meaning androgyny was inherent to the first human. Myths about androgyny and found among the Maasai tribe. The carrying white god created the first human, Maytumba, in the heavens. With no partner on earth, multifaceted Maytumba produced 7 humans from herself because he was both a man and a woman at the same time. In the Bible, in the 5th chapter of Genesis, it is also said that God created man, male and female, and named them men. It then states that Adam bore a son. But now, due to translations, we mistakenly assume that Adam is a male. But in the original language, when this word is used without an article, it doesn't represent a proper male name. The word simply denotes a human in general, which can refer to both a man and a woman. Although the Bible attributes the role of the ancestor to the male, there are plenty of legends worldwide suggesting that the first being was a woman. This isn't surprising, since women have the unique ability to give birth and be the source of life. According to the traditions of the Ganda, Bantu people living in southern Uganda with primordial women fell from the sky. In the myths of the Ulangar people, an indigenous tribe of Australia, it is said that their mythical ancestors are the sisters Jingawa, who sailed from the north across the sea they created themselves. They brought with them various totems in their boat. From these totems, 10 children emerged, initially without gender. Those hidden in the grass became men, while those hidden in the sand became women. The Arzia people residing in the east of Moldova have a tale about Ineshki and the creation of the earth, and a story about the god creating a wife called Angie. The sea stirred and foamed, and on its surface appeared Ava, a woman of extraordinary beauty in a white robe, with golden shoes, a sun on her forehead, a moon on her crown, and stars on the tips of her hair. The Australian Aranda tribe has a myth about the origin of humans and the sun. The sun was a woman. She was accompanied by two other women. These two women gave birth to the local totemic center of the sun to which they belonged. In ancient Chinese mythology, there is mention of the mother ancestress Niwa. Legends named her the creator of all things and people. According to these tales, looking at her reflection in the water, she first created a girl and then many other mortals, both men and women. So the order of events in the Bible is unscientific. In reality, a woman appears first, and then she can become a man. And this is confirmed by scientific research. When observing the development of a fetus, scientists have found that initially it is always female. And as the fetus develops and is exposed to sufficient amounts of the hormone AMH, the female fetus is transformed into male fetus. Professor Alfred Yost is known for his discovery of Mullerian inhibitor, a substance that inhibits or delays the cause of physiological and physiochemical processes, now called anti-Mullerian hormone, AMH. Alfred Yost resolved the controversies surrounding the mechanism of formation of female and male fetuses by proving that male characteristics must be imposed on the initial female fetus by the hormones testosterone and AMH hormone, which are responsible for the transformation of the wolf ducts and urogenital sinus into male sex organs. The fetus remains female when these hormones are absent or inactive. Yasmin Sejad, a specialist in reproductive medicine surgery, and Rodolfo Ray, MD, came to the same conclusion. They verified that until the 7th to 8th week, the embryo develops in a female pattern. Original God created man in his image and likeness, that is, as a spirit. A part of him, the soul, is in each of us. Such a being had great abilities, and there were no barriers for him. We find confirmation of this in various legends and religious tales. According to these legends, the meaning of human life is in his spiritual development. However, no one will develop when there are no obstacles. There is no growth without resistance. That is why people themselves asked God for a body, not just to exist as a plant before God, but to come to Him worthily, overcoming various obstacles. So the human body was created in which God placed the soul, thus giving birth to two beginnings in it, spiritual and animal. The mind became the battlefield of these two beginnings. Thus, together with the body, people were given the opportunity to perfectly understand and know what is good and bad. God endowed people with the power of creation and the freedom to choose between these two beginnings, to give in to the pressure of matter and die like another animal, or to work on oneself to become a free spiritual being. This is the very freedom of choice that every human being possesses. Thank you for your attention. I will pass the floor to the presenter.
Thank you, Andrea. And now it becomes more clear to me that the real evolution started from the moment when a human being began to gain experience of living in a body on Earth. There are colossal possibilities embedded in a human being, which many do not even suspect. Regeneration of the extremities, super redundancy of the brain, the ability to control the lifespan with the help of the thought, and many other things. Let's listen to Alexander, who will tell us about the paradoxes of the human body. Alex, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Alexei. Hello, dear friends. Exactly. Mammals during their life strive to fulfill only the basic needs of food, water, sleep, and reproduction. Only a person feels the need to find the meaning of life and happiness. Only humans blush feeling shame and laugh, understanding the hidden message of a joke. If these are learned skills, is it possible to make a monkey look like a human? Such research, for example, was done by Dr. Nadezhda Ladygina-Kots in 1913. Russian researcher, zoopsychologist, Dr. Nadezhda Ladygina-Kots studied the behavior of a young chimpanzee, Joni. Dr. Ladygina formulated her findings in a scientific paper. She concluded that chimpanzees easily learn new skills. But when Dr. Ladygina-Kots had her own child, she kept a diary where she described the boy's development. When he turned 7 years old, Dr. Ladygina-Kots had grounds for interesting conclusions. It turned out that up to 3 years of human and monkey cubs develop about the same. Then the monkey gradually stops in its mental development, while the child progresses further. At the age of about 5 to 7 years occurred the first spiritual surge, which can be noticed as a burst of strength and desire to create. It is during this period that neurophysiologists find significant progressive changes in the area of attention control in the brain. However, the development of information analysis skills in young children and monkeys differs significantly. At the same time, the initial potential inherent in humans is different from that of animals. This can be seen in the research on the ability to learn. A group of scientists from the United States conducted 5 experiments using comparable techniques to study grammatical structures by 12-month-old human infants and adult tamarin monkeys. You can see the image of research here. It is said in the research that unlike tamarins, infants quickly learned complex grammatical structures using the ability to predict regular and predictable speech patterns. And in 2015, a team of neurophysiologists from France and China found that human and macaque brains are activated when processing simple abstract information, meaning quantity or order, in the same way. But if any information message contains more than one abstract variable, like both quantity and order, only the human brain remains active. For example, if a monkey was presented with a different sound, and their different quantities. It could track either the quantity of sounds or catch the difference in the sounds and realize that they were changing. But only humans are able to perceive changes in the quantity and quality of sounds at the same time. The human brain is super redundant, meaning it is capable of performing immeasurable more complex functions that is necessary only for survival on the planet Earth. It means that the functions of a human do not consist only in the extraction of food and reproduction. Human is capable of creativity, and this is another unique feature of him. No animal on Earth is capable of creation and does not have such ability. Photographing monkeys, painting elephants, or dancing dolphins are all either the result of training or an attempt by animals to adapt to the human world in order to obtain food. Man does not create only for the sake of getting some benefits. He tries to reflect himself in the process. Creativity reflects his search for answers to inner questions and experiences. It is also a reflection of his inner spiritual development. For example, an artist conceives a picture, then he paints a picture. He draws it in order to embody his spiritual state through colors, bringing a part of his soul into his work. He paints not for himself, but for people to appreciate this picture, to feel that he put in it. That is, this act of creation is the embodiment of spiritual state into matter. Only man, unlike animals, has the power of creation, which in fact is human attention. This indirect manifestation of this power in humans can be seen in the study of a group of scientists from Belgium, Italy, and the United States of America. They used fMRI to compare the spatiotemporal correspondences of cortical networks in humans and monkeys. During the experiment, monkeys and humans were shown a video sequence in which the participants of the experiments were asked to invest their attention. The monkeys were also given additional motivation in the form of bananas. The slides show that which cortical areas of brain were active in the experimental groups. Dorsal attention network, meaning this is attention that involuntarily attracted by external signals. The results can be seen on the following images. But the equivalent of the human ventral attentional network, this is an internal form of attention, is still questionable for scientists. Scientists suggest that the function of this network in humans is involved in detecting and integrating emotional and sensory stimuli. It is also involved in switching between internally directed cognition, when a person is not focused on the external world, but, for example, thinks about others, thinks about himself, remember the past and plans for the future. And externally, there is when a person makes decisions for purposeful behavior. Scientists have labeled on the diagram the areas where they think the attention zone in humans and animals is supposedly located. Now on the slides you can see how this area looks like in monkeys compared to the human brain. Note what an extensive area is involved in humans and its absence in monkeys. In addition, scientists observed two areas in the human cortex that had neither topological nor functional similarities in monkeys at all. These areas are also visible on the screen. Thus, we have seen that even at the level of brain functioning in a human, there are emotional and sensory properties that are unique and inherent only to a human, and his ability to make decisions based on his inner experience and perceptions. Perhaps It is these qualities that have influenced the fact that only humans are characterized by such a concept as true altruism, which, unlike showing care in the animal world, does not have the purpose of directly or indirectly obtaining a subsequent benefit. Only human can unselfishly care for the welfare of others, and this is his unique difference. And all because man, unlike animals, has a soul, thanks to which man has unlimited possibilities. Human being is a much more complex organism in a structure that we are used to believe. He is even capable of spontaneous regeneration. Scientists have described several cases in which young children have regrown the tips of amputated fingers, and the joints of an adult's legs have also renewed tissue. In the early 1970s, scientists told the story of a young boy. Due to an injury, he lost the tip of his finger. In few months later, the missing part grew back. As it turned out, this case is not the only one. Such regeneration has been recorded before, but only in early childhood. Nothing like this has ever happened to adults. This strange phenomenon was explained only in 2013. Scientists from the New York University in the United States found a small group of stem cells at the base of a human nail. Thanks to them, nails constantly grow, and in infancy it is possible to restore lost fingertips. However, regeneration occurs only if at least a small piece of the nail remains. But this is not the limit of human capabilities. The very concept of disease and aging is not a natural state for the human body. In the past, people had knowledge of practices that allowed them to preserve health and longevity, but over time, the knowledge was lost. Now, with the development of science, we are coming close to understanding these mechanisms again. In the video, How the Placebo Works, Igor Mikhailovich Danilov shared the results of his experience. With the help of electrodes that stimulated a certain area of a spinal cord, namely the spinal cord cone of a dog, which excited a neural area that in turn excited reproductive function and the thalamic area of the brain, the dog was given back its use. In fact, the dog's brain was artificially deceived and it started to self-repair mechanism by itself. Not only the brain changes, but also the behavior and functioning of the entire organism change. Humans differ from animals in that he is able to control his own thoughts and thus form his own state in the future. Scientific research shows that if a person does not reduce mental activity even in an older age, he is able to deceive his own brain and slow down the aging process. For example, Alan Langer is a professor of psychology at the Harvard University who conducted an experiment with graduate students in 1981. We can see her in the picture right now. In a monastery building in New Hampshire, they recreated the interior based on their style and living conditions in 1959. They put up old furniture, a black and white TV, and laid out magazines, books, and calendars dating back to 1959 everywhere. A group of 8 men moved here in this building for 5 days. Each of them, they were over 70 years old. Interesting that none of them knew exactly what awaited them here. They were simply asked not to bring any books and photographs that are at later than 22 years ago. All participants of the experiment were asked to behave as if 22 years had not passed, and their age was less than 50 years. The participants were treated as if they were really less than 50 years old. no one was helped to carry things, although some men moved with difficulties using canes. The participants listened to radio programs from the late 50s, watched movies, and behaved as if they were really in 1959. This was not an excursion into the past. The purpose of the experiment was to make the human body believe that it was actually 22 years younger. And the men did it. By the end of the experiment, their posture, hearing, vision, mobility, and appetite had improved significantly. And most importantly, their memory. More than half of the participants even improved their IQ test scores. The most interesting things that the men who entered the building with a cane came out without it. They also carried their suitcases independently. Photos of the experiment participants were shown to random people who decided that in the photos taken after the experiment, the men looked on average 3 years younger. Recall that these are the results of an experiment that lasted only 5 days. And it proved that many processes in the human body significantly depend on the internal attitude. Man, unlike the animals, has the unique ability to form his reality by his own choices. And in order to understand this world, we still have to get to know ourselves anew, our true nature, and the incredible possibilities we possess. Thank you for your attention, and I'll pass the floor to the host.
Thank you, Alexander. It's amazing what possibilities a human being has. So, friends, do you like to look at the stars? What feeling do you get when you do this? It is a feeling of home, right? Why is that? We are told that the Earth is our home, but is it? We are the only ones who are not adapted to living conditions on this planet. Tatiana will tell us why this is so and where the planet with optimal living conditions for us is. Tatiana, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Alexei. Greetings, dear friends. Today, there are quite a lot of versions of human origin. Many scientists are considering various options and have come to the conclusion that humans are completely unsuitable to live on the planet Earth. For example, the force of gravity on the planet does not fit us at all. It is too powerful for our bodies. We are the only creatures suffering from varicose veins, spinal curvature, and osteochondrosis. Our bones are very brittle. When animals fall, they do not break their own bones, while a human, when he stumbles, can have a fracture. Also, when observing the astronauts, we can say that space conditions are much better for our physical bodies than on the Earth. Astronauts quite quickly adapt to space. It takes them literally 2 to 3 days, but upon their return, they need to experience a very large overload. And an astronaut's body needs rehabilitation. Recovery takes from several months to even a year. American ecologist Alice Silver has been studying human evolution for many years. He is sure that life is spreading through space like an interstellar infection. Mr. Silver published a book called Humans Are Not From Earth. It says that the planet Earth is not the ancestral home of humankind. In his opinion, people appeared on Earth tens of thousands of years ago against their will. In support of this theory, Alice Silver points to a number of physiological features of the human body that differ from those of the native inhabitants of Earth, animals. Thus, using an example of people suffering from back diseases, spinal diseases, and weaknesses of the musculoskeletal system, the author of the book comes to the conclusion that humanity originated and developed in conditions with lower gravity than on the Earth, despite the fact that humanity generally considers itself to be the most advanced species on the planet. It is the least adapted to the environment. This is evidenced by high rate of chronic diseases and much more. For example, human babies have much larger heads than mothers, and newborns often die during childbirth. Human childbirth is the most dangerous and painful of all the ways.
Непереносимость длительного излучения Солнца и возникающие как следствие солнечные ожоги говорят о том, что, скорее всего, родная планета людей была несколько дальше от Солнца. Ведь никакой другой вид на
no other species on the
проблем. Даже ящерицы могут каждый день нежиться на Солнце безо всяких последствий для их организма. Исследования ученых в области режима сна и жизнедеятельности человека утверждают, что согласно нашим биологическим часам, оптимальной для нас являются сутки, длящиеся 25 часов. Из всего этого доктор Сильвер делает...
From all this, Dr. Silver makes an
assumption. My thesis supposes that humankind did not evolve from that particular strain of life, but evolved elsewhere and was transported to Earth as fully evolved Homo sapiens. Mathematical analysis of this situation has led to the idea that if the force of gravity on Earth was 0.6 of the existing one, then a human, like a cat or a dog, could fall as much as he wanted without causing any injuries to himself, not to mention a broken bone. So it looks like our great-parents once moved from the progenitor planet with a planetary gravity of 0.6. A number of historical documents testify to the cosmic origin of humankind. In Sumerian mythology, the human creation process is described in more detail. According to sources, in the very beginning, gods ruled the world. In the modern interpretation, representatives of extraterrestrial civilizations that looked like people came from heaven to earth. God Enki proposed to create a human. Ancient texts mention human-like creatures created by Enki and the mother goddess. And what is interesting is that the results of mitochondrial DNA analysis showed that all people are descendants of one woman who lived about 200,000 years ago, the so-called mitochondrial Eve. Recent scientific research indicates that there are 223 genes in the human body that are not found in other inhabitants of the Earth. Legends of different peoples have preserved the mention of the extraterrestrial origin of humanity. I suggest that we watch a video with shaman Paulina Martinez from Latin America, who will tell us about the origin of a human according to their traditions and culture.
And I want to explain to you, and all the people listening to us, what the origin of humanity is according to our tradition, our cosmogonic worldview, and our culture. We in Latin America used to call ourselves Anahuac. We were the ancient Anahuac Empire, encompassing this entire region, and it consisted of several empires and cultures, such as the Maya, Teotihuacan, Olmecs, and many cultures that have a theory about our origin. And the theory is that we came from the stars, that we are not indigenous to this planet, and somehow we were helped to colonize it. According to this belief, our true origin is a cosmic one. We know that initially we came from the north, and among the Native American tribes, the Hopi are a tribe that talks about this cosmic heritage, that we come from the stars. In our Wixárika culture, we also have this belief of how the world was created and how humans came from the stars to Earth. And well, if we continue with these theories, we can go as far as the Anunnaki. We can go to Mesopotamia. We can go to all of that. The knowledge I have about these stories which are told down by our elders, indicates that they arrived in spacecraft, and there were 20 crew members, and they spread out all over the world. Some of them went to Egypt, others were in America, and others were in other places. Wherever they went, they built pyramids, they brought technology, they advanced humanity, they gave us great knowledge that was later lost. And here in Mexico, I discovered a very, very delicate circumstance that I'm going to share with you. These beings that ruled over us here, that lived in the pyramids, had us enslaved. They were experimenting with our DNA. They were experimenting with our blood. They were also experimenting to become hybrid beings.
Интересно, где находится и как называется та планета, где все жизненные параметры отвечают биологической
I wonder what is the name and where is that planet, where all vital parameters correspond to the biological and mental essence of human beings.
А была бы несравненно больше и продуктивнее.
Where all conditions are beneficial in nature, where human life is not limited to 6 or 8 decades. The scientist, academician Alexander Semenov has his own view on this subject. If you look at human life, then only half of it will live in comfortable conditions in terms
and
the rest of our lives we just exist. We strive to extend our biological existence as much as possible. At that time, and perhaps in other conditions, our body would easily allow us to live 200 to 300 years. Today, scientists already understand how much the functioning of a live organism depends on the magnitude of gravitational forces, how the body quickly responds to a decrease in gravity, reducing the volume of the well-known extracellular fluid. They began to understand that the planet Earth, with its gravitational conditions, is not a home for humanity. Well, let's say we are all aliens here. After all, if the planet Earth is not a home for our material body, and this is evidenced by many facts, then where did it come from as a biological species? Where was it formed and for which living conditions? Using the hints, finding the answer was not so difficult. The key point, which displays the way to get an answer, is the regeneration of human body tissues. In particular, conditions for the self-regeneration of human body tissues to happen. On the Earth, there are many species of animals that are capable of self-regeneration. This process is most commonly seen in vertebrates. For example, an earthworm, when two new wombs are formed from one divided into halves, or a starfish, when a new arm grows in place of its severed one, or crayfish and crabs, which can grow new claws instead of their lost ones, and so on. However, vertebrate species do not have such a pronounced ability to regenerate. How come? Many prominent figures of science dealt with this issue. For example, Professor, Doctor of Biological Sciences, Lev Leosner writes, any tissue of the body without exception is characterized by the ability to reparative regeneration in one way or another. And if we consider the process in its not far advanced stages, then if to optimize conditions to a certain level for each tissue, restitution, complete reparative regeneration is also possible. That's the key. Reparative regeneration is possible under certain optimal conditions. As a small conclusion, we can say the following. Invertebrate animal species do not require changes in terrestrial conditions for regeneration, while other animal species, including human bodies, require some optimization of conditions. In the book Osteochondrosis for a Professional Patient, academician Professor Igor Mikhailovich Danilov, author of the method of vertebral vitalogy, writes, by the way, about the physical and mathematical calculations that I managed to carry out in the process of studying the issue of activating the reparative response in degenerating intervertebral discs, theoretical calculations have shown that for self-recovery, active reparative response of a degenerating intervertebral disc, it is necessary to reduce ideally by 37% that constant load from this disc for a long time while maintaining optimal conditions, for example, osmosis. However, this purely theoretical calculation of the ideal option for activating the natural reparation of the intervertebral disc was somewhat unacceptable in practice. More precisely, it was practically impossible in the conditions of the gravitational field of our planet. Therefore, it was necessary to create another, figuratively speaking, artificial way to recreate the optimal conditions for the reparation of the intervertebral disc affected by the degenerative dystrophic process, which became the basis of the vertebrorevitology method. Practical results have shown that the repair of a degenerating disc during treatment with vertebrorevitology takes from 9 to 8 months. So it took me then 1 year to develop the vertebrorevitology method. Nevertheless, I managed to achieve the solution of the issue. Now that the theory has been fully confirmed by the practical results of treatment, I can confidently state that by changing, restoring biomechanical disorders and optimizing, creating the necessary conditions, it is possible to achieve reparative regeneration of degenerating intervertebral disc. In this quote from the book, the index of 37% attracts attention. It can be concluded that one of the ways to start the process of self-regeneration of a damaged intervertebral disc is to reduce the gravitational force by 37%. But if we can constantly live in precisely such gravitational conditions, then the process of regeneration of organs and systems of the human body would be absolutely natural. So such a common disease as osteochondrosis and related complications, herniated disc, protrusion of the intervertebral disc would not exist for humankind at all. But why is our body not adapted to the conditions of Earth's gravity? Perhaps it was created for other conditions, say another planet. But which one? Except Earth, there were 2 more planets inhabited by people in our solar system. One of them is Mars. Today, we observe the red planet through a telescope, and we wonder if there was life on Mars. Let's watch a short video.
Despite the fact that Mars is separated from the Earth by tens of millions of kilometers of space, it is connected with the Earth by close ties. For many centuries, the red planet has been attracting the closest attention of humankind, and it keeps the greatest secrets of long-gone cultures and answers to questions that concern people from ancient times. Mars, the 4th planet, resembles Earth more than other planets in the solar system. If you compare Earth with Mars, they have a similar axial tilt to the orbit. They make a full revolution around their axis in almost the same time. The Mars axis, like the Earth's axis, is subject to cyclic oscillations, which astronomers call the precession. Like the Earth, Mars is slightly flattened at its poles and expanded at the equator. There are 4 seasons changing one another. On Mars there are polar ice caps, mountains, deserts, and sandstorms. And although today Mars is a lifeless desert, there is evidence that in ancient times there were rivers and oceans, and the climate and atmosphere were similar to those on Earth. Pyramids and Sphinx. The first images, taken in 1972, depicted a section of the surface of Mars known as the Elysium Quadrangle. In the east of its central part, triangular and pyramidal structures can be seen. The four structures are particularly interesting. They form a clear structure on the Martian surface, very similar to the arrangement of the Earth pyramids. In this respect, they also have much in common with other Martian pyramids located in the region called Cydonia, at about 40 degrees north latitude, and on the other side of the planet from Elysium. The pyramids in Cydonia were photographed in 1976 by the Viking 1 from an altitude of about 1,600 kilometers. The image shows many elements that are of artificial origin. The most amazing is a huge face, similar to the features of the earthly Great Sphinx. Another image was found due to the second photo taken under different lighting conditions 35 Martian days later. This made it possible to make a comparative analysis and accurate measurements of the face. There is a five-sided DNM pyramid located about 16 kilometers from the face. Like the Great Pyramid in Egypt, it is oriented almost exactly to the north-south axis. The facade of the DNM pyramid has three sides, located at the angle of 60 degrees. The central axis indicates the face. The edge on the left of this axis points toward the center of a feature that has been nicknamed the city by the Cydonia investigators. The edge on the right of the center axis points toward the apex of a dome-like structure known as the tholus. Having discovered the pentagonal pyramid, Di Pietro and Molinar noted its size, 1.6 kilometers by 2.6 kilometers. These figures are extremely close to the ratio of the golden section. Richard Hoagland, a former consultant for NASA, looking at the perfect pentahedral mirror symmetry of the DNM pyramid, notes, "If I superimpose Da Vinci's famous figure, a man in a circle, over the stark geometric outlines of the DNM, the two conformed. The DNM seems to be a striking geometric statement of humanoid proportions arrayed on an alien landscape almost in the shadow of the central, humanoid resemblance." The face is not a single structure on the Cydonia plain, but it is surrounded by other anomalous structures that some researchers believe are even more important.
Can you imagine that there were pyramids built according to a stellar map, just like we have them on Earth, with precise coordinates adjusted angles to a single degree? And this suggests that not only people lived on Mars, but also that they were intelligent people who knew the truth, studied science, and speak our language. And also, there was a connection between our two planets. You can study this topic in detail by watching the Kaleidoscope of Facts, Episode 3, Paleocontact Alien Civilizations. Back in the 17th century, astronomers noticed that the planets in our solar system are not placed at random distances from the Sun, but according to a certain law. Scientists have developed a formula by which you can determine the distance to any planet, and all 9 planets obey this rule. Surprising is the fact that the formula shows a gap in the planetary family. One planet is missing between Mars and Jupiter. Exactly in this place, there are a lot of asteroid planets that are spinning on their own orbit. However, they are not asteroids because they are not minor planets as such. They possess strong residual energy, similar characteristics indicating an homogeneous origin, and so on. Their energy mass is greater than their physical mass. So these remnants have not yet scattered, and they were not pulled by powerful Jupiter, and they move along the same orbit where Phaeton was with its strong gravity field. When the Phaeton planet was destroyed, photons were released, which gave rise to a bright flash. These events have been preserved in the memory of humanity on Earth, among other things, in the legends about Phaeton. The calculations showed that the magnitude of the gravitational field is 37% less than the Earth's, was typical for the disappeared planet, the Phaeton, whose orbit was once between the orbits of Mars and Jupiter. I offer you to watch a video about the artifacts Altora and the death of the planet Phaeton. One of the most frequent stories about El Toro artifacts is the site of the death of the unknown planet. A cosmic disaster is presented in the form of disintegration of a planetary body. This story is found on various types of El Toro artifacts, such as masks, ritual knives, figurines, and so on. It was the fifth planet of our solar system. As we mentioned before, its orbit was between Mars and Jupiter. Phaeton was a fairly large planet with a mass of almost 17 times greater than the mass of the Earth. This was a magnificent planet with an atmosphere similar to the Earth's atmosphere. It contained beautiful oceans and wonderful land. 1 year on Phaeton lasted 260 Phaetonian days. If we translate this into the equivalent of earthly time, then 1 year of Phaeton was 1,898 Earth's days. That is 5.2 of our earthly days. 1 day on Phaeton was 172.2, Earth's hours. On this planet, 1 day was divided into 20 equal parts, which means that 20 hours by earthly standards. 1 hour for them was 8.76 earthly hours and 525.6 earthly minutes. Phaeton, as a planet, had a huge supply and a store of energy, and it could exist for a very long time, but human stupidity prevented it from existence. In the history of humankind, many testimonies and artifacts about the polar contacts have been preserved. If we take from today, then only 5,137 years have passed since the destruction of Phaeton. Phaeton was the first planet in our solar system inhabited by humans. People from Phaeton repeatedly visited the Earth and contacted Earthlings, shared their knowledge with them. Moreover, Earthlings witnessed the annihilation of Phaeton. On that day, 7 billion Phaetonians died on Phaeton, and there was no explosion as such. The sphere of that planet just fell apart. Phaeton's matter curled up without an energy release, and the visible matter passed into dark, invisible matter without an explosion. In our galaxy, a humanoid form of life appeared 64,114,726 years ago. To this date, as of today, there are more than 140 billion active galaxies and less than 100 billion planets inhabited by humanoids. Human-like life appeared in our solar system 1,252,790 years ago. And the first planet in our solar system with the human-like race was the missing planet Phaeton. Despite the fact that humankind has been living in space for a very long time on various planets, unfortunately, just like us and our ancestors, has not been able to redirect the inner potential globally from destruction to creation. That's why Phaeton was blown up and Mars was not safe from climate disasters. Is the Earth really next? Or can we unite and save the life of both our planet and civilization? Thank you very much for your attention. I give the floor to the host.
Thank you, Tatiana. It turns out that mankind has been traveling across the universe for a long time. At the same time, we have not yet traveled into space beyond the Earth's magnetic field, but the memory of space travel has remained in us at the genetic level. That is why we stare at the starry sky with such fondness. And I wonder what our space ancestors looked like. Were they also divided into races? What does science say about the emergence of races? And when did they come into existence? I propose to listen to the next speaker, Victoria. You have the floor.
Thank you, Alexei. Greetings, friends. Anthropologists know when races approximately appeared, but they have not yet found the answer to the question of how they appeared. There is a high heterogeneity of fossil finds of human remains, dating back to the Upper Paleolithic, that is 40 to 10,000 years ago. Based on this heterogeneity, scientists claim that races earlier than the Heliocene, about 12,000 years ago, were absent. Anthropologist Viktor Valerianovich Bonak developed a concept according to which, in the times of the Upper Paleolithic, there were heterogeneous individuals in each separate population of people, and thus it was impossible to distinguish clear races. Stanislav Vladimirovich Drobyshevsky, candidate of biological sciences, associate professor of the Department of Anthropology, Faculty of Biology, Lomonosov Moscow State University, says that we cannot state the existence of the established Negroid race in the modern version up to the Heliocene 11,000 years ago. The Europoid race in its modern variant formed not earlier than the Heliocene. The Mongoloid set of traits formed about 10,000–15,000 years ago. As we can see, the races formed almost simultaneously. It is interesting that racial traits are largely or even completely not adaptive. They could not form depending on natural conditions due to natural selection. For example, the epicanthus, semi-lunar or mongoloid fold, is unlikely to give Mongoloids a true advantage. European children have it, but it disappears in adults. If it were a defense against dust, then, for example, people with large eyes would not live in the Arabian desert. And recent studies have found that populations and races do differ in their DNA. Microsatellite DNA sequence analysis is a convenient tool for determining genotype. This section of DNA are mostly non-coding and therefore not subject to natural selection. Mutations can accumulate here, or signs of hybridization can be detected. There is a well-known study conducted by an international team with the participation of Russian researcher Professor Lev Anatolievich Zhivatovsky. The scientists selected more than 1,000 representatives of different ethnicities and races from various parts of the world, about 400 traits, microsatellite markers of DNA from the so-called silent sites. In other words, not associated with any phenotypic traits were studied. The experiment was conducted blindly. The genetic material obtained from the participants of the experiment was sorted by race and region solely on the basis of knowledge about the belonging of this or that mutated satellite marker. Then the data on real people, owners of DNA, were superimposed on the obtained map, and it turned out that the silent areas very vividly and quite accurately indicate the race. Thus, we can assume that races were created artificially by hybridization more than 12,000 years ago, when Atlantis, a technologically advanced state, existed. The ruler of Atlantis was El, whom the people honored as God. His children were also considered gods. They were the ones who conducted genetic experiments on humans. For what did they do it? We will learn from an excerpt from the video "Angels Do Not Fall" with the participation of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov.
When El endowed his children with domains and appointed them gods, let's say about those people experiments started, those very genetic experiments and the like. After all, before that time, people had no differences. But when did all this start? Exactly at those times. There came to be, excuse me, white and black people, yellow and red ones. There came to be, let's say, smarter, stronger, physically more resilient ones. There were giants and there were some rather strange creatures too. Again, why? Because when the children got bored, they started fighting and having fun, killing people. And up to this day, some people are having fun like that. So, having started wars with each other, it's like chess games. They wanted to strengthen their warriors. Since they couldn't develop technologically because El forbade them, as it would be a direct threat to his power. And it's clear that they had nothing sacred, and each of his children would strive to take his place, right? That's why they were not allowed to develop technologically, meaning to arm themselves or anything else. But they were developing, let's say, skills and breeding their people more enduring, more cunning and more crafty. Well, that's how it was played. This is true.
The Sumerian poem Enki and Nunma also speaks of the gods' interference in the creation of a human. It was just for fun for them. The gods began to compete in the creation of a human, but they had drunk a lot beforehand. It's clear that the rather tipsy gods failed in several attempts. They made people with weak hands. His hands were weak to take something, or with poor eyesight. He saw the light badly, squinting his eyes. The next had a leg like a worm, crooked and weak. The fourth could not release his semen. The fifth was a woman who could not give birth. That is, the races appeared on Earth not by evolutionary way, but were created artificially by El's children. Let's watch a video on this topic with Alexander Viktorovich Koltipin, a researcher, geologist, PhD in geology and mineralogy.
So, coming back to the origin of the Jewish people, not only the Jewish people, but the Semitic people. And the Semites, apart from the Jews, include the Arabs and the Mesopotamians, the ancient Indian people, the Chinese people, and so on. These are the descendants of these amphibious gods. They were different gods, which is probably why they used different appearances. How did they originate? It is clearly stated in Popol Vuh that messengers were sent to the countries of Pashil and Kayala, where the climate was so favorable, who stole the cobs of white and yellow corn, exactly white and yellow corn, milled them, and created human beings. It further states that these people had no fathers or mothers. This is what Popol Vuh explicitly says. The legends of the Aztecs, Maya, and others tell about this. The Bible often says that grains, some stones were thrown, from which people grew, and Berossus wrote a lot. The Sumerian epic says about it, that they used the genetic material of white gods and it was poured with the dragon blood. In other words, these were some mixed hybrids, in whom the genes of amphibians and white gods were used. I call them the new people, because in Popol Vuh they are called new people, created by the gods Tohil, Avalish, Tepeo, Kukumats, and many other gods. New people were created, for whom these gods foretold supremacy over the world, and it resulted in very different nationalities, most likely because different genetic material was used.
To make it more interesting to watch human fights, nations were made diverse, different from each other, so it was easier to form an image of the enemy. The enemy is the one who is not similar to you. However, humans have defense mechanisms that do not allow them to kill their own kind. David Grossman, founder of the distinctive scientific field of philology, spoke of the organic human aversion to killing one's own kind. There can be no doubt that this resistance to killing one's neighbors exists as a result of a powerful combination of instinctive, rational, ecological, hereditary, cultural, and social factors. And in order for soldiers to still be able to kill, certain technologies, so-called distances between the killer and the victim, were intentionally developed. The most curious thing is that the disabling of defense mechanisms is facilitated by the observation of at least one cultural distance. Cultural distance relies on racial and ethnic differences that allow the killer to dehumanize the victim. That is, he considers his victim an inferior being. For example, during World War II, 44% of American soldiers said they would very much like to kill a Japanese soldier, but only 6% exhibited the same degree of enthusiasm for killing Germans. But people were divided not only by appearance but also by language. According to Saint Ephraim the Syrian, the new languages so distanced the tribes from each other that they could not understand each other, and they began to fight because of the separation caused by the difference of languages. The goal was the same: to divide people and to make them strangers to each other. The story is found in the myths and legends of many countries. An ancient Sumerian poem, Enki and Nunma, preserves the first mention of the separation of languages. In the myth, Enki was the lord of abundance, the lord of eloquence, the most intelligent guardian of the land, the wise man, the leader of all the gods, the wisest Erediger the Lord. He changed the languages in their mouths. He established discord when human speech was one. The myth passed into the Bible and is mentioned in the Old Testament, and it is related to the building of the Tower of Babel. It says that God punishes humankind for arrogance and disobedience by mixing languages, as a result of which people cease to understand each other. But the Lord came down to see the city and the tower the people were building. The Lord said, "If as one people speaking the same language they have begun to do this, then nothing they plan to do will be impossible for them. Come, let us go down and confuse their language, so they will not understand each other." There are about 7,000 languages spoken by people on the globe today. We have been divided into languages and races so that we can be manipulated and deceived. Today, we consider this to be the norm because for the last 1,000 years, we have been following the program laid down by the children of El before the flood. Thank you for your attention. I now pass the floor to the Gabika. She will tell us about the findings of paleontologists indicating ancient genetic experiments on humans.
Thank you, Victoria. Greetings, dear friends. Archaeology is a science that helps shed light on events of the past. It looks like we will have to revise the entire history of the planet known to mankind. What we found completely contradicts the scientific picture of the world that existed until now, states paleontologist Daniel Stanford. According to him, the fossilized remains of the giant were found by accident. The expedition was exploring a dinosaur graveyard in a difficult-to-access mountain gorge. Here, a wall of sediment suddenly opened up in front of one of the paleontologists, on which the skeleton of a giant that had died tens of millions of years ago was clearly visible. Local legends about a bony demon living in the gorge also support the credibility of the find. There are many legends about giants and titans, and relatively recently, huge skeletons with elongated skulls were discovered. This gives reason to believe that giants once lived on our planet. So where did these giants come from? One of the stories of their origin is described in the book of Enoch. The Book of Enoch has been known for a long time and is considered apocryphal. However, the term apocrypha originates from the Greek verbs apo, away, and kryptein, to hide or conceal. They suggest that the book was excluded not due to a lack of authenticity, but it was deliberately hidden. Here are the quotes from this book about the appearance of giant titans. And it came to pass when the children of men had multiplied that in those days were born unto them beautiful and comely daughters. And the angels, the children of the heaven, saw and lusted after them, and said to one another, Come, let us choose us wives from among the children of men, and beget us children. And all the others, together with them, took unto themselves wives, and each chose for himself one. And they began to go into them, and to defile themselves with them, and they taught them charms, enchantments, and the cutting roots, and taught them to make swords, and knives, and shields, and breastplates. And they became pregnant, and they bare great giants, whose height was 3,000 ells, who consumed all the acquisitions of man. When men could no longer sustain them, the giants turned against them and devoured mankind. And they began to sin against birds and beasts and reptiles and fish, and to devour one another's flesh and drink the blood. Who were these angels, the sons of heaven, from whom the giants came? The sons of heaven were called the children of El. El was the ruler of Atlantis and was worshipped by people as a god. El did not allow his children to develop technologies out of fear that they might overthrow him, but to keep them from getting bored, he allowed them to conduct experiments on humans. The knowledge level of Atlantis was so high that the Atlanteans could interfere with the human genome and change it, categorizing people based on various characteristics. The children of El entertain themselves by indulging in their selfish and wicked whims, from renaming nations, sowing discord among people, to quarreling among themselves over territories, making people pray to them. Orgies and the killing of humans were the usual pastimes. History has preserved information about the heinous acts they committed, but later, to soften this, they were called fallen angels. In the Bible, they were named the sons of the true God. They, the sons of the true God, saw the daughters of men that they were fair. The result of such unnatural relations, hybrid beings were born, were not ordinary children. And this indicates that they created a new human race. The Nephilim were giant, wicked giants who filled the earth with violence. The Bible says they were mighty men who were of old, men of renown. In the legends of the northern peoples, it is said that before humans appeared on Earth, there was a race of giant heroes, a traditional element of cosmogony in developed mythologies. Several generations of divine beings are mentioned. After the demise of the first generation of giants during the flood, the god Terem sends down from heaven to the earth, truly, 7 of his sons and 1 daughter, endowing them with extraordinary strength. It is interesting to know that in Mansi mythology, these heroes descended from the heavens and ultimately became guardian spirits for their descendants. The Mekwes among the Kanti and the Swamp Giants. Here are the characteristics: gigantic stature, great physical strength, and while generally having a humanoid appearance, they also possess chthonic monster features, multiple heads, beast-like features, furry covering, and long nails. The existence of giant humans in the past is corroborated by artifacts that have survived to this day. Also, pay attention to structures with doors and steps of immense height, which are clearly not designed for human stature. Notice how high the locking mechanisms are placed, unreachable for a modern person of average height. For instance, the doors of the Lateran Basilica in Rome. Footprints of giant humans. In a scientific article in the Journal of the Polynesian Society, there is mention of footprints of gigantic feet over a meter in length on Terrell Island of Kiribati. According to local legend, those footprints were left by a giant so tall that he could effortlessly pick coconuts from the top of palm trees. Another legend suggests he was among the deities that once descended onto the islands. The most famous phenomenon of this kind is a bell-left footprint on an almost vertical slope of granite rock in the Transvaal province of South Africa. The size of this footprint is similar to the one found on Kiribati Island, 1.3 meters. Similarly, a footprint of the red foot was discovered on the island of Sri Lanka. Estimations suggest that a humanoid creature with such foot size would have had a height of around 10 meters. In her book, Life Among the Paiutes, There are wrongs and claims, Sarah Winnemucca Hopkins has written about what her people call the Sita Ka. According to the oral tradition of the Paiutes, the Sita Ka were race of red-haired giant cannibals whom the Paiutes had exterminated long ago. Native Americans have knowledge of giants ranging from 3 to 4.5 meters in height. And when Native Americans raise their hand in greeting, it is to show they have 5 fingers, not 6, because having 6 fingers indicates he might be related to the giants. Jan Bartok, a person who lived in the ancient Chaco Canyon, has 6 fingers on their hands and feet, was considered special among the people. Having an extra toe or finger was a way to command great respect, because the memory had faded, and it was forgotten that the 6 fingers were giants. The 6-fingered imprint was found on the plaster of the south wall of a room in Pueblo Bonito. The most convincing evidence of the existence of very tall people in ancient photographs. These are, ancient photographs. So what's interesting that in the 19th century there were many such photos. Now these photos have started to disappear from museums and archives. We don't know who these tall people were. Are these descendants of giants or some branch of genetic experiments? Unfortunately, a lot is hidden from us, and vital information is simply not accessible. However, there are plenty of facts indicating that various types of people lived on our planet, not only of great height, but also small stature. For instance, deep in the jungles of Peru, remnants of tiny constructions have been found. Mysterious architectural stone models at the Akimaruk archaeological excavations range from 40 to 50 centimeters. The date and purpose are unknown. In the Upper Paleolithic era, during the antediluvian times, Earth was inhabited by a population consisting of 17 races. Among them were gnomes and dwarfs. The gnomes migrated into mythology, while dwarfs still live on our planet to this day. In their myths and legends, gnomes refer to a population of small people living in crevices of rocks and underground. They dug themselves. Gnomes are found in the folklore of Indo-Europeans as well as other peoples. This suggests that this type of little person was widely represented on the planet in ancient times and inhabited not only underground and rocks. Mahunik is a 5,000-year-old Iranian settlement discovered in Shahdad, Kerman province, where dwarfs lived. It is called Sharkatalaha, City of Dwarfs. Archaeological research in the residential sector of the city of Gnomes revealed the presence of sub-districts inhabited by jewelers, craftsmen, and farmers. During the excavations, about 800 ancient burials were discovered. The village of Mahunik in Iran's South Khorasan province is a reality. And just a century ago, it was inhabited by people only 1 meter tall, about 50 centimeters shorter than the average Iranian of that time. Regarding the Gnomes, little people of Indonesia, serious anthropological research suggests that in the pre-flood era, 12,000 years ago, little people inhabited the entire southeast of the Asian continent, most likely Indochina. They also colonized all the land that once stretched from Southeast Asia to Australia. This anthropological type or race of the Upper Paleolithic was almost entirely destroyed by the flood. The gnolls shared the fate of the giants. The facts presented indicated that our planet was inhabited by unusual, strange creatures. Thank you for your attention. I pass the floor to the host.
Thank you, Victoria and Gabriela. When I read about Gulliver in the land of the Lilliputians, I thought it was just a fairy tale. Turns out they really existed. Miracles of genetic engineering. More than 12,000 years have passed since Atlantis, and there are still clear boundaries between races. What is the reason for this state of affairs? Let's hear it from Rinat.
Спасибо, Алексей. Здравствуйте, друзья.
Thanks, Alexei. Greetings, friends. Until recently, it was believed that the observed differences between races are not due to genetics but to external causes, including social ones. But today it is known that populations and races differ from each other in DNA. That is, different human races have different DNA. Let's look at everything step by step. Each race has its own physiological characteristics. The most indicative in this sense are modern studies in the field of differences in the physiological characteristics of athletes and their results in sports competitions. Today, four main qualities of any physical activity of a person are distinguished, which are manifested in sports the most: flexibility, endurance, strength, and speed. Athletics fans know that no one can overtake Kenyan athletes. Renowned physiologist Professor Claude Bouchard in the University of Laval in Quebec took biopsies sample of muscle tissue from white and black Canadian students. It turned out that the latter have a higher percentage of so-called fast muscle fibers than white students. This property is genetically predetermined and almost not amenable to change in trainings. As for the styers, athletes, long-distance runners, and marathon runners, American physiologists from the Karolinska Institute in Stockholm, Dr. Bengt Saltin, did research with them. He went to Kenya together with his laboratory assistants and several styers from the national team. There in Kenya, the best Swedish runners competed with 15-year-old high school graduates, losing to the boys. Returning to Stockholm, Saltin published the result of his research. It turned out that Kenyans and Swedes have big differences in the structure of the quadriceps femoris muscle. Africans had much higher numbers of capillaries that feed these muscles than Europeans. Tim Noakes from the University of Cape Town conducted a comparative study of white and black marathon runners, and he found that in black marathon runners, muscle fibers have a higher resistance to fatigue. That is, it turns out the speed is determined genetically. It depends on the weight and size of the bones, muscle attachment features, and the functioning of the neuromuscular apparatus. Therefore, the dark-skinned races are the fastest of all. They have naturally narrow, heavy bones which provide tremendous endurance. A Kenyan spends 8% less energy than a European of the same height. Due to the narrowness of the bone, the shins are built very light, which affects the unsurpassed speed. But they practically cannot swim. There is little air in the bones and muscles. Indians are the least suited to agility and speed. Most men in the South Asian region have fat layers on their stomachs and a general softness that comes from nature. They are strong in other things, in intellectual sports. It was also found that the torso of a dark-skinned person is 3 centimeters shorter than the torso of a white-skinned person with equal height. Accordingly, the legs and the steps of a black athlete are longer, and the center of gravity is higher. In average person, the length of the torso and the length of the limbs are in the ratio of 50 to 50. The greater the advantage towards the limbs, the faster the person. Chukchi, the northern representatives of Mongoloid race, are the least of all adapted to high speed and dexterous sports due to proportions. They have short legs and square body, which is more a characteristic of wrestling than dancing and running. Dark-skinned people are taller than white-skinned people, and the surface of their body, so the chest, is much larger. Accordingly, the amount of oxygen consumed varies by race. A Chinese person consumes about 5 cubic centimeters of air, while a dark-skinned person consumes about 1,300 cubic centimeters. Human endurance and strength directly depends on oxygen. The more oxygen the muscle receives, the more actively they work. The less chance of oxygen starvation. That's why it's so hard to find a Chinese player in the NBA. Summing up, black people are the fastest and hardest. They are unrivaled in sprints and marathons. They also are good in basketball and other sports where constant activity is required. Asian people are good where low stature, flexibility, and excellent reaction is important. Examples are table tennis and gymnastics. Oriental martial arts also seem to be specially turned to the peculiarities of their physiology. White Caucasian balance between the first two races. Theoretically, they can master everything, but this requires either special physical data or special patience. There is nothing impossible. More information further. Now to different DNAs showing up in mixing people of different races. This is a very sensitive topic and not well researched, at least in the publicly available medical literature, but there is something. If we carefully analyze human relationships, we will find that there are some barriers to the inbreeding of representatives of different races and people, interracial and international marriages, which became very common in the 20th century, not typically for humanity in the past. Paul Topinard, French physician, anthropologist, and editor, at the end of 19th century, in his monograph Anthropology, wrote, "For 560 years, the Mamelukes of Egypt have had no children when married to women of their own race moved from Georgia, and have never established a branch in the valley of Nile. In addition, it turns out that in the former Portuguese colony of Macau, mestizo of the Chinese and Portuguese do not take root in any way. And in the former Dutch colony of the island of Java, mestizo of Malaya and Dutch, already in the third genetic generation, steadfastly reproduce only in infertile girls. All mestizos that appeared in Africa from marriages between the Dutch and Hottentot either died out or returned to the original African racial type. In the southern states of the United States and in the countries of Latin America, it has long been noted that representatives of the northern type of the Caucasian race, when crossed with African people, give mostly barren offspring already in the first and second generations, while dark-haired and more darkly pigmented Caucasian give a relatively stable and viable offspring. After the spread of Islam in Africa, Arabs have developed the entire terminological hierarchy, denoting 6 stable transitional racial types from pure Arab to purebred African. And throughout the last centuries, they all have represented a different fecundity. As a factor in hereditary pathology, racial mixing has been studied comprehensively and for a long time. This allowed Egon von Eichstätt to summarize the total susceptibility to diseases of hybrids of Swedes with Lapps, the decrease in their spiritual abilities, and the appearance of numerous deformities are recorded facts. The disharmonious and puffy faces of these hybrids are well described. There is much evidence of disharmony and constitutional disturbances in hybrids of Europeans with Japanese, Europeans with other Asians, and also in hybrids of Europeans with black-skinned people. It should be noted that in many cases, the mixing of distant races causes obvious disharmony and disturbances. Viktor Alexeyevich Spitsyn, Doctor of Biological Sciences, wrote that each of the major races possesses a characteristic gene complex of gamma globulins and placental alkaline phosphates that is unique to it alone. His wife, a leading researcher, PhD Natalia Hadzvievna Spitsina, strongly doubts the usefulness of inter-ethnic marriages. She wrote, starting from the 20th century, all over the world there is a growing trend of steady increase in the proportion of inter-ethnic marriages and an increase in the distance between spouses, places of birth. In genetic terms, the descendants from inter-ethnic marriages are characterized by an increased degree of individual heterozygosity, meaning genes are different, which leads to an increase in the overall heterozygosity of populations. In this regard, studies of the relationship between genetic and demographic processes and indicators of the reproductive function of women made in Almaty are of interest. Same ethnic marriages are also characterized by a similar frequency of miscarriages. Compared with them, in the group of mixed marriages, significant differences in indicators of reproductive function were revealed. Thus, the frequency of early spontaneous abortions, or in simple terms, miscarriages in single ethnic marriages was 4.90%, inter-ethnic 6.5%, and interracial 7.2%. Differences were also found in the frequency of late spontaneous abortions, which amounted to 1.35 to 1.95 and 2.76% respectively. According to Есенгельды Усербаевич Kuandikov, PhD in medical science professor, martial distance is one of the most important factors influencing the indicators of the reproductive function of individuals. Deviations from the optimal level of genetic polymorphism in the population, both in the direction of the decrease, which is observed during inbreeding, and an increase in interracial reproduction, contribute to reproductive dysfunction. This is evidenced by the increase in the frequency of miscarriages. A significant increase in the frequency of congenial malformations among children born in inter-ethnic marriages was revealed. An increase in the frequency of miscarriage inter-ethnic marriages, as well as marriages with maximum martial distance, is a consequence of an increase in genetic polymorphism, genetic diversity. Summing up, we can say that in marriage between different races, everything is not simple. It's not so simple. On the one hand, such marriage may bring unwished consequences. Mestizo children from mixed marriages are more susceptible to certain diseases. This can be explained by the behavior of genes where, when mixing homogeneous inter-ethnic and interracial marriages, each race has its own unique set of genes, the genotype. All genes in the human body are paired. One gene is working, the second is, let's say, as per one, a duplicate. Sometimes one of the genes is diseased or damaged, then instead of the disease, the second healthy gene is turned to work. Further, the transfer of hereditary information from parents to offspring occurs as follows. At conception, the child receives one gene from the mother, the other from the father. In this case, for example, if one of the maternal genes is damaged, then it is replaced by a healthy paternal genes. Thus, it is a kind of purification of the genetic set of offspring from defective and diseased genes. This happened if mother and father are representatives of the same race or ethnic group and have a similar genotype. But this does not apply to small nationalities which, due to isolation or deliberate avoidance of inter-ethnic marriages, interbreeding between relatives, or in simple way incest has place. In this case, according to statistics, such children are twice as likely to get a hereditary pathology. They have a higher risk of rare genetic diseases caused by recessive alleles, variants of genes whose activity is usually suppressed. A recessive mutant allele can be inherited by both spouses from a common ancestor. They are healthy, but they have a heterozygous genotype, that is, with this allele. The probability that such a couple will have a sick child with a homozygous genotype is 25%. An outstanding Russian scientist, molecular biologist, geneticist Pyotr Pavlovich Garyaev was one of the first to define the concept of DNA from a slightly different position than is commonly considered in science. He said, linguistic wave genetics considered a person not only as material being in which biochemical, biophysical processes take place, but also first of all, as a divine, multidimensional, multi-faceted, non-material creation. Pyotr Petrovich Garyaev argued that human speech is a quasi-genetic material that meets the design of a gene. Through thought or idea is the paramount when it turns to the words and sentences and materializes. With the help of thoughts and words, everything can be materialized because people's genes exist with the ability to read and hear. Our chromosome number is woven from phrases. It doesn't matter if you speak Chinese, English, or Russian. Man is not just a body. Each human has a soul, and in this sense, everyone is relative and very close to each other because the souls are one. They are from the world of God. And this unites all people regardless of social status, place, or residence, religion, nationality, or their body. And in this sense, all humans are brothers. It's not just some invented postulates of the main world religions. It is one of the laws of nature, thus expressed in the verbal formula. People know about this phenomenon, but they have not yet learned it enough. The best medicine against the degeneration of the genus is at the genetic level is the admixture of fresh blood when various peoples, nations interfere with their blood in joint marriage and live in peace and friendship. By the way, the latter is an equally important condition, if not the main one. For in peace and friendship, in this fundamental foundation, a positive thought is embedded. Through itself is a unique phenomenon. Thought itself is a unique phenomenon in man. It is a fine line between his spiritual and physical levels. God endowed humanity with the power of thought and the right of personal choice. These two qualities distinguish a man from a beast. In all cases, human is an ordinarily two-legged animal. No matter how paradoxical it may sound, but the power of thought is able to change the genetic of a person. There is information of genetic code. Therefore, in generating learn a person's or even better. Well, thank you for your attention. I will pass the floor to the host.
That gene modifications did not always give a positive result. Adding one advantage, physical or intellectual, they blocked something else. Among the large number of gene modifications, there is one that deserves a special attention. Dusan will tell us about it. Dusan, the floor is yours.
Dobrý den, přátelé.
Здравствуйте, друзья.
Předchozích řečníků jsme se dozvěděli, že má každá rasa genetické vlastnosti, které této rase poskytují ty či ony
From previous speakers, we learned that each race has genetic characteristics that give this race certain advantages. But at the same time, they also have some disadvantages. There are races that excel in physical abilities, while others surpass everyone in intelligence. Representatives of this nation belong to the world intellectual aristocracy. Despite the fact that they make up only 0.5% of the Earth's population, they account for 27% of all Nobel Prizes and 25% of the Turing Award for outstanding scientific and technical contributions. This nation gave the world a whole galaxy of great scientists and artists who lived in different countries. I think you all have guessed that we are talking about the Jewish people, whose representatives include Franz Kafka and Heinrich Heine, Leonid Utesov, Vitaly Ginzburg, Saul Bellow, Levi Strauss, Woody Allen, Bob Dylan, and many others. Jews are distinguished not only by their outstanding intellectual, but also by their very zealous attitude towards the purity of their genes. Many representatives of this nation, while observing genetic purity, do not understand why this is necessary, following a centuries-old tradition that did not arise out of nowhere. In the Tanakh, it is said, "Be careful not to make a treaty with those who live in the land where you are going, or they will be a snare among you. And when you choose some of their daughters as wives for your sons, and those daughters prostitute themselves to their gods, they will lead your sons to do the same." Exodus 34:12. Having read these texts, it is still not clear why mixing with other races is so harmful to Jews. It is important to know that another genetic characteristic of the Jewish people is genetic diseases. American geneticist Gregory Cochran, Jason Hardy, and Henry Harpendine, in their work Natural History of Ashkenazi Intelligence, published in the scientific journal of Biosocial Science, noted that Jewish genetic diseases are associated with and explained by the higher intelligence of these individuals. We suggest that there was an increase in the frequency of particular genes that elevated IQ as a byproduct of this selective regime, which led to an increased incidence of hereditary disorders. Ashkenazi Jews have the highest average IQ of any ethnic group, corresponding to an IQ of 112 to 115. Typical genetic diseases of this nation are Tay-Sachs disease and Neumann-Pick disease. They are characterized by an increased frequency of several different mutations of the same gene, which can cause progressive CNS dysfunction in children. Tay-Sachs disease is a genetic disorder characterized by impaired function of the brain and spinal cord, resulting in the destruction of nerve cells and gradually leading to blindness, deafness, and loss of mental and physical functions. Depending on the mutations, the disease can take different forms and develop at any age. It is precisely because of their high mental potential that these diseases lead to an increase in dendrites in the brain. A dendrite is a branched extension of a neuron that receives information and transmits it through an electrical signal to the body of the neuron. When there are few dendrites, meaning few connections between neurons, this makes learning difficult. If there are many, it makes learning easier. But if their number is too excessive, this leads to certain types of mental retardation. Studies by Stephen Walkley from the Albert Einstein College of Medicine indicate a significant decrease in dendrites in the brain tissue of people with Tay-Sachs and Niemann-Pick diseases. What else distinguishes Jewish genes from all other ethnic groups and peoples? What is their unique feature? Scientists conducted various studies on this issue.
Na toto téma byly vědci provedeny různé studie. Od 90. let 20. století bylo provedeno několik
Since 1990, several targeted studies of human genetics have been conducted on those who identify as Kohanims, Kohens, or Kohanims, are the Jewish aristocracy, the priests. For Jews, a Kohanim is in some ways similar to a baron, marquis, or count. Through analysis of this population group, the concept of Y chromosomal Aaron was introduced. Aaron was the highest priest, Moses' brother. Dr. Karol Skorecki, nephrologist and doctor of medical sciences and researcher in population genetics, found that men who identify as Kohanim have certain genetic traits that are passed down from father to son on the Y chromosome. Analysis of modern people belonging to the Kohanim group shows that their DNA maintains a closeness to each other. This raises the inevitable question: why does this gene only exist in Jewish nation? How and when did this gene appear? This gene was artificially implanted by Yahweh, son of El, ruler of Atlantis. In Sumerian Akkadian myths, he is called Enki. It was he who created his own nation. How did he do that? The children of El conducted genetic experiments. Yahweh, being the smartest, created the most intelligent nation through genetic modification. Thanks to this, he won competitive wars with his brothers. This nationality remains dominant among all humanity to this day. They obtained their intellectual abilities through the introduction of genes from 4 female Epixians, representatives of a soulless alien race, evidence of whose existence can be found around the world in the form of artifacts, petroglyphs, and cave paintings. We will tell you more about this later. This gene is passed down through the female line, but as we have already mentioned, the flip side is the development of mental deviations, as well as reduced empathy in some carriers of the gene. Thanks to the introduction of a gene taken from the tomb of a high-ranked Epixian, their priests not only obtained intellectual and organizational abilities, but also mental ones, which endow man with special abilities to feel other people.
Tento gen nadřazenosti, elitářský gen,
this gene of superiority, the elite gene, was introduced specifically into the male. Unlike other genes, this one is passed down exclusively through the male line. Like there is a connection between insects that feel each other at great distances, these men have a similar ability, if they develop correctly. It is this gene that makes them superior leaders and organizers. More information on the influence of Epixian genes on this nation can be found in Kaleidoscope of Facts Code of the Gods. Information that genetics experiments were conducted on humans can be found in Sumerian myths and poems, fragments of which have been preserved on clay tablets. A fragmentary myth about the creation of a human is known. In this myth, the goddess seeks advice from Enki, who recommends that she create a human as a partly divine creature by mixing clay with the blood and flesh of a deity killed by the gods. It is said that Enki was the smartest in the Akkadian poem, the epic of Atrahasis, a very wise man. In Atrahasis, Enki is called the wise counselor of the gods. This same poem describes the creation of a human from clay and blood of the wise God who has reason. Know that the blood was not taken from an ordinary person but from a wise God, which means that it was a creature distinguished by its intelligence. 25,000 years ago, Pixians were the wise gods for people. The uniqueness of the created human being would be his intellectual abilities, so that he carries the divine yoke. Let him who lives know the sign of his life. Let him not forget that he has a mind. Modern geneticists and researchers of Sumerian Akkadian mythology have come to the conclusion that the Jewish people are descendants of the Sumerians. A Syriologist, the professor of religious history at Leipzig University, Alfred Jeremiah, wrote in his work The Old Testament in Light of the Ancient East, published in 1930, that Abraham was a Sumerian, not a Babylonian, based on his intellectual abilities. According to geneticist Klosov, Jewish R1b halogroup carriers are descendants of ancient Sumerians who lived 5,500 years ago. This observation and the corresponding rationale is published in 2008 in Proceedings of the DNA Genealogy. Samuel Kramer, a Sumerian scholar, also wrote that a significant amount of Sumerian blood flowed through the veins of Abraham's ancestors who lived in Ur or other Sumerian cities for generations. It is precisely from the time of the Sumerian that carries the divine gene that held high position of an intellectual and priestly structures. According to the Bible, about 3,300 years ago, the office of high priest was established. Aaron, Moses' brother, became the highest priest, and since then the Jews have had a priestly class, the Kohanim, and the priestly office was inherited through the male line. According to Vladimir Yemelyanov, a candidate of historical sciences, doctor of philosophical sciences, Orientalist and Sumerologist, in his research on biblical scriptures, this nation arose as a result of one or more genetic engineering interventions carried out by people who possessed unimaginable knowledge and technology at the time. The nation lived with these beings, so-called gods, in an absolute privileged position in various aspects for a long time. It turns out that Sumerians were nothing more than direct descendants of that special race that Yahweh intentionally created using the superior gen of high-ranking Apexian. Another characteristic of this nation is their unity, which is transmitted through the gene of Apexian. After all, Apexian are very united. We'll learn about how the community is organized from a fragment of a video with the participation of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov, Creative Society, the Prospect of Civilization.
We already mentioned the Apexians. We will not consider others. Although there are many forms of life, those very Apexians are intelligent beings, but they are beasts. They have no soul. So they cannot develop higher than the fourth stage. And what is the fourth stage? Now let's sort it one by one, meaning we approached it from afar so that it would be a little more clear. But this also shows that the development of their civilization is possible up to the fourth level. It is science fiction. Let's go back and explain first why I mentioned it. An anthill. For example, everyone knows it. Everyone knows bees. After all, they do not have a chief, a senior, or do not have a tyrant. Some people will say, wait, but what about the queen bee? It actually runs everything. Have any of you, my friends, who keep bees and the like, seen a queen bee giving orders where each bee should fly? It doesn't rule. It performs its function. Its function is to produce progeny. That's it. This is where it ends. There is no king, no single officer, no commander-in-chief, but everyone performs their function. Why? Because there is one mind in the anthill. let's call it a common egregor, such a commonly understood word that unites all consciousness, all bees, all ants, and an anthill knows what to do, everyone in their place. Yes, they exchange primitive information. They also have neurons, minimum neurons for their level. But at the same time, what is the function of an anthill or of that very hive? To multiply, to organize themselves, to ensure the existence of a hive, plus to ensure the seizure of another territory. Let's just call it so. After all, this is the beastly component. Meaning, what do? They fight for territory. Right, meaning they propagate. Yet why do they do that? Because they mirror something completely different. What exactly? This very material, beastly component works exactly the same way, but from its position without understanding the essence of what it does this for. But this is the mirroring of exactly soul field, that is, human-like beings. Do you understand? I mean, as humanity. I don't mean our humanity. I mean in general. Guys, we're fantasizing, so it's okay. I mean different humanity, different civilization that is settled on a multitude of planets. In the same way, we people, being united, create a single egregor. If we create it based on certain ideas, let it be even beautiful ideas, but if we keep a leader, what will happen? We've already been through it. We've been through it recently, here, on this planet. We will have a new Atlantis, we will have a new El, and that's it. What game will begin? They will play God.
Je zajímavé, že zvířecí rase
It is interesting to note that the animal race of Apexians was united in a single egregor. Their goal is the survival of the species, the capture of other territories, the food base, and many other things. But they do not have a struggle for power. Each simply performs their function. The egregor exists in all living things, from the smallest organism to humans, and these are facts that have been scientifically established. But they are beasts. They do not have a soul, while a human differs from an animal by the presence of a soul. What happens when people unite in an egregor with one idea? We can see this in the example of the Jewish people. One day, as a nation are threatened, they unite and quickly find a way out of any situation. Compared to other nations, Jews are the most friendly. And this is what we should learn from them. And although for centuries we have been taught to hate Jews and blame them for all sins, we can become a unified human family. We suggest watching a fragment of the video A Fly or an Elephant with the participation of respected Igor Mikhailovich Danilov.
Just look. Please don't take offense, friends. I will call things by their proper names. After all, in many aspects, for many years, the Jewish nation has been accused of being the ones who manipulate us. Yes, they are the smartest people, and very often they were advisors to kings and many others, those who ruled our world. As a rule, Jews ascend to high positions in various organizations, and it would seem that they are to blame for everything. It would seem. But if we look at the root of this entire world, we often see completely different people behind them. And the wise consciousness of the Jews, so to say, didn't see simple manipulations and didn't see how even they themselves were manipulated. However, these people who evoked envy and sometimes even hatred among representatives of many other nationalities can serve the entire humanity and bring benefit in the creative society. And all our hatred towards each other, and all the divisions that were artificially and skillfully imposed on us by the architects of this world. While it was being built the way it is now, it will all disappear. We will have nothing to divide.
Thank you, Igor Mikhailovich. Yes, indeed, we people have nothing to fight over. We all want to live happily and safely. But why are there still wars in our world? Why do we see other people as enemies that we are ready to kill? Let's watch a video on this topic.
Today, through the mass media, we are being actively frightened about the possible use of nuclear weapons and the subsequent nuclear explosion. However, there is a hypothesis that in ancient times, humanity which lived back then already waged nuclear wars. There is a lot of evidence, geological evidence, of ancient large-scale military conflicts. Among this evidence is the presence of numerous craters, giant pits from nuclear explosions all over the world. There are numerous very similar craters found in the territories of Siberia and South Africa. Almost round giant lunar crater located near Mumbai in India with a diameter of 2,154 meters. Almost all of them are located in desert regions. This allows us to conclude that these areas became lifeless precisely because of the nuclear explosion. Many craters have the same size, which can be explained by the similar power of nuclear charges. And, of course, there are always tektites near these craters. Tektites are pieces of natural glass, melted due to rapid and significant increase in temperature, followed by rapid cooling. In turn, it is known that during a nuclear explosion, extremely high temperatures occur, resulting in the melting of rocks and soil. The presence of vast fields of scattered tektites on different continents, some of which date back 12,000 years, as well as several differences from naturally occurring tektites, also suggest that they were formed as a result of nuclear wars waged by civilizations that existed in the past. Today, a similar picture can be observed at nuclear test sites. It is known that tektite fields also appeared in the Japanese cities of Hiroshima and Nagasaki after the explosion of nuclear bombs in 1945. Tektites have been found on practically every continent of our planet. It is worth noting that tektite fields are mainly concentrated in desert regions of the planet. Among the findings of archaeologist Mohenjo-daro, which translates to Mound of the Dead. During the excavation, archaeologists found artifacts indicating that the city was destroyed by an explosion of such force that it destroyed most of the buildings and killed about 500,000 people. At the level where there used to be the city streets, skeletons were discovered scattered throughout the city, as if some instantaneous terrible death had occurred. Analysis of tektite samples found among the ruins showed that their melting occurred at a temperature of at least 1,500 degrees Celsius. Surveyor Patrick Clayton discovered large pieces of transparent yellow-green glass known as tektites in the Libyan desert on the territory of ancient Egypt. Deposits of glass spread out for hundreds of kilometers. Archaeologist John Williams made a detailed description of several fortresses with tektites in Scotland. More than 100 ancient ruins with such walls have been found in Europe. Officially, all these mysterious glass walls are called vitrified forts. According to the scientists, in order for these stones to turn into glass in this way, you need a temperature similar to that of an explosion of a nuclear bomb. Ancient forts and towers have been found in Ireland, England, Turkey, Syria, desert areas of the United States and Ecuador. The discovery of areas with high levels of radioactive isotopes and the presence of radioactive zones also tell us about past nuclear wars. During excavations of one of the ancient cities of Rajasthan, radioactive ash was found in an area of over 4 square kilometers. The radiation level was so high that residents in this area started experiencing health issues, and this area was closed to visitors. Similar ancient epicenters of the consequences of devastating nuclear explosions in different parts of the globe indicates a large-scale military conflict with the use of not only nuclear but also an unknown today type of weapons. These findings only confirm the information we previously received from ancient myths and legends. For example, the ancient Indian epic Mahabharata tells about a celestial battle that could be interpreted as a description of a nuclear war. The weapon is described as a terrible iron mace comparable in power to a blazing sun. It is also depicted that this weapon can destroy the entire world. In the epic poem Mahabharata, according to the god's plan, some people must be destroyed by the hands of others, what is more, their relatives. The Mahabharata indicates that these events, war with the use of weapons of gods and subsequent cataclysms, occurred at the juncture of the two ages, Dwapara Yuga, where people could live up to 1000 years, and Kali Yuga. That's what one of the legends of the Lakota Native American people says. The fiery blast that shook the entire world, toppling mountain ranges and setting forests and prairies ablaze. The flames leapt up to the sky in all directions, sparing only the few people on the highest peaks. It was so hot that the world's lakes boiled and dried up before their eyes. Even the rocks glowed red hot, and the giant animals and evil people burned up where they stood. And this is what the Babylonian cylindrical seal of the 6th century BC with an image of a nuclear bomb and explosion looks like. It was made during the reign of the Chaldean king of the Neo-Babylonian Empire, Nebuchadnezzar II. The seal depicts a nuclear bomb and a nuclear explosion. Cylinder seals were invented around 3500 BC in the Middle East. These are the modern cities of Susa and southwestern Iran and Uruk in northern Mesopotamia. Made of hard stones, these seals were used as an administrative tool, a form of signature, as well as jewelry and magical amulets. In later versions, inscriptions in Mesopotamian cuneiform were made on them. The world was already plunged into the abyss of a global nuclear war, which ended in a global catastrophe, quite unfortunate for all of humanity at that time. So what does the history of the past teach us? According to the data from the Future of Life Institute's website, there is an estimated 13,000 nuclear weapons in the world, distributed unevenly among 9 states. Some of them are hundreds of times more powerful than those which destroyed Hiroshima and Nagasaki. The use of just a few hundred could leave Earth's population decimated by a nuclear winter. The scientists from the Future of Life Institute also analyzed open data on the nuclear potential of Russia and the United States, and based on the results, they created the most realistic visualization of a nuclear war between these countries from a scientific perspective. So, does it mean we are ready for complete self-destruction? And just analyzing how it will happen? And even visualizing it? But such behavior is unnatural for humans. The instinct of self-preservation stimulates the desire to preserve life. And here, on the contrary, wars, even nuclear wars, are presented to us as mere games. Only it's not fun for us, because our lives are at stake in these games. After the end of World War II, Colonel Marshall published his book in the USA titled Man Against Fire: The Problem of Battle Command in Future War. In the pages of his book, Marshall, a respected and highly influential military historian, made a startling claim. In an average infantry company, no more than 1 in 4 soldiers actually fired their weapons while in contact with the enemy, and usually no more than 15% ever fired their weapons at the enemy. Furthermore, some of them never fired their weapons at all. Dave Grossman is a retired United States Army lieutenant colonel and internationally renowned scholar and author. He is one of the most qualified experts in the field of human aggression and the roots of violence and violent crimes. He is a researcher in the psychology of killing, which he called killology. The first book by Grossman on killing, The Psychological Cost of Learning to Kill in War and Society, is an analysis of the psychological processes related to the act of killing another human being. In this book, Grossman provides evidence that most people have an instinctively negative attitude to violence at the phobia level, and that soldiers need to be specially trained to kill. In addition to that, he describes the psychological effects that the stresses of violence exert on people, such as tunnel vision, changes in auditory perception, and post-traumatic stress disorders. Grossman argues that the techniques used by the military to train soldiers to kill are reflected in certain types of video games. He comes to the conclusion that video games with the prevalence of violence, especially first-person games where players use a joystick similar to a weapon, teach children to use weapons and, what is even more terrifying, emotionally prepare them for the task of killing. Stimulating killing hundreds and thousands of opponents in a typical non-network video game. The information that people can't shoot at each other is common. After the bloodiest battle of the American Civil War, the Battle of Gettysburg, approximately 27,000 muskets were collected from dead and wounded soldiers on the battlefield. About 90% of those muskets were loaded, taking into account that 95% of the time was required for charging the musket and only 5% for aiming and shooting. Even more shocking was that more than half of the muskets had more than one charge. In other words, soldiers loaded their rifles, pretended to fire, and then reloaded again. During World War II, among the American soldiers who participated in fighting, only 15 to 20% were ready to fire at the appearing enemy. Americans were ready to serve in the army and to sacrifice themselves, but not to kill people. If soldiers are specially trained to kill, then television, movies and video games are responsible for what is happening with civilians. It is difficult to dismiss the logic of the military psychologist who argues that soldiers and police officers are trained to automatically react to the appearance of an enemy or criminal, and in the same way, the same conditional reflexes are developed through video shooters. This is statistics and research, but if we look inside ourselves, we will understand that if we are faced with the choice to shoot or not to shoot at another person, most likely we will choose continue for yourself how you would act. Given the fact that humans are not inherently inclined to kill each other, weapon developers began creating such types of weapons where the participants of the battle do not see their opponents. This is done to make it easier to overcome the psychological barrier and pull the trigger. After all, when you don't see the person in front of you, it's easier to shoot. However, the result of the shot is still someone's death. The question remains open. Who needs these games? Let us turn to our past, to the times of Atlantis and its ruler at the time, El. The supreme ruler El rules there. Compared to other people, he is practically immortal as he uses life extension technology for himself. His children are also granted this mercy of life extension who are fully controlled by him with the help of the elixir of immortality. And if any one of them dares to overthrow their father from the throne, they simply won't receive the elixir of immortality in time and will die. He controlled even this process. He distributed land and people among his sons. And imagine the picture: a small bunch of people live who have seized power and hold the entire population of planet Earth under their control. People's lives pass by, they age and die, while El and his children live in luxury without aging. With time, in the eyes of people, they started to look like gods. And these so-called gods, but in fact just ordinary people using technological advances that they themselves made unavailable to other people, they luxuriate in opulence and wealth. But at some point they just got bored. El usurped all the technologies and didn't share them with anyone, even with his children, fearing to be overthrown. However, genetic experiments were not prohibited. And El's sons started amusing themselves by instigating wars between nations. But a bit of backstory. After humanity, thanks to the Anunnaki, got rid of the Apexians' rule 24,000 years ago, there still remained their followers and priests, as well as their knowledge and technologies, since the Apexian race is highly technologically advanced, even though they are nothing more than soulless creatures. And Atlantis was formed thanks to the knowledge left by the Apexians. So, when El's children got bored, they simply started amusing themselves out of boredom, well, almost like we do in computer games, except that real people became their toys.
When El's children had fun, so to say, they started carrying out genetic modifications of all humankind. In other words, they divided people into races and endowed them with certain traits. And one of his smartest sons created a nation, the smartest one. Thanks to which, let's say, he defeated his brothers in their games. Well, we know how it ended.
What was this nation distinguished for? What made it peculiar?
I'll try to put it gently, in order not to hurt or offend anyone. Friends, this can be verified and confirmed. In this nation, which is still dominant among all humanity today, this is really true. They began to dominate back then, and still do nowadays. During genetic modification, the Apexian genes, that is, the Apexian code, was embedded into them. 4 genes were taken from 4 Apexian females and were embedded. In other words, there are 4 types. And these genes are transferred solely via the maternal line. However, one more gene was taken as well. This son of El, so to say, took it from the grave of a very high-ranking Apexian. It's a gene of superiority, an elitist gene that he embedded precisely into a male individual. Unlike other genes, this gene is transferred via the male line and solely to men. If those 4 genes, which originated from women, are transferred solely via the maternal line, and only women can transfer them, while a man doesn't transfer them. In this case, it is vice versa. But this gene prevails over those ones. If we take those genes, which are female ones, so to say, of the 4 types, they have actually elevated this nation over all the rest. People have become much smarter. And to this day, they prevail in their intellectual capabilities. As for the gene, which is transferred via the male line, it is strikingly different because it has endowed men who have this gene with unusual abilities, I would say mental ones. A simple example, if a man is a carrier of this gene and he has been properly developing, if he just enters a room with 10 people in it, he can easily characterize any of them. He starts feeling and perceiving people. You know, there is a connection between insects. Insects can sense each other at big distances at that. So, a similar ability emerged in those men thanks to this gene. It really makes them much superior to others. Why? Because they perceive, understand, and feel everything.
Perhaps they also have the gift of foresight.
Certainly, foresight.
Of events and people.
They perceive in a completely different way. Their consciousness works differently. It is much more productive, let's say. They will see what we won't see. Hence, they have such a gift. Naturally, such people can easily rule countries, nations, and anyone. Also, in the priestly class, these particular people are far from being the last, so to say.
As you probably have guessed, this son of El was called Yahweh. And it was precisely due to the introduction of the gene of superiority into the people of his subordinate nationality he won in their games with his brothers. El and his sons used the divide and rule method to control people. People were divided into gods, heroes, and savages. And this principle worked so well that the descendants of El and his sons have replicated these images in people's minds. Today, we can observe how firmly this attitude sits in our minds, that we take it for granted, as if it is the only natural state for people. The question is, why do El's descendants need this? Why does this ancient extremist sect of the keepers and architects of this world, let's call things by their proper names, strive to divide people? Divided people are much easier to control and manipulate. Additionally, the smaller the population of the planet, the easier it is to control. For their purposes, namely creating a one-world government, the optimal number of people on this planet should not exceed 500 million. 500 million is enough to serve them. If there are more people, then chaos is already introduced into society, and governing such a society becomes more challenging for them. El and his servants, the elite, called themselves gods. Since they possessed advanced technologies unlike the rest, in the eyes of people, they could patronize them with various miracles, for example, facilitating the victory of heroes over enemies. Even today, many strive to enter the circles of the elite, seeking protection from the powerful of the world for themselves, their businesses, and their countries. But in fact, they become mere pawns in the hands of the ancient sect of the Keepers, which pursues only its own goals, the achievement of global domination. For them, people are merely a herd, they don't care about people. Heroes are lucky guys who perform feats and receive fame and honor, usually posthumously. A hero inevitably dies young. The gods patronize heroes. During military conflicts, we can hear each warring party claiming that God is on their side. The question is, God is one, but there are two warring parties. Then whose side is God on? And does God want people to kill each other? Is that why God created this world and people and breathed the breath of life into us? How can we believe that God supports one side or the other when the first commandment that Jesus brought us is, "Thou shalt not kill"? The Atlanteans learned how to make a copy of a person's consciousness, and thus they cloned the hero after his death and implanted a copy of his consciousness. For people, he seemed immortal as he looked just like the same person. However, actually this was already only an external shell with consciousness, as it is impossible to reproduce the soul and personality. They are part of the spiritual world. In other words, the hero was programmed. His task was to destroy the evil that his patron deemed as such and then die young. Well, as the gods would decide at the Council of Gods. In order to idealize the image of the hero and make them an example to follow, they were endowed with a touch of romanticism. During their short lives, heroes were expected to ponder on the meaning of life and seek immortality within their physical bodies, since the gods already possessed this immortality. And the highest manifestation of courage was supposed to be the recognition of one's own defeat, which in the literature about heroes later developed into the hero's suicide. It was over 12,000 years ago. But what do we actually see today? Has anything changed? What was embedded by El and his sons has been firmly rooted in our consciousness and given its fruit. Today, millions of people from childhood dream of being like famous superhero characters of their time from popular movies and TV shows extensively promoted through the media. And when they grow up, many, imitating them, risk their lives to fulfill the plans of the sect of the keepers and architects of this world, often without being aware of what they are really working for and for what. And in addition to gods and heroes, of course, there is a need for savages. The image of the savage introduced by the Atlanteans. A savage is a faceless creature who joined civilization and became a devoted servant of the hero. Today, billions of people live in poverty and deprivation, barely making it paycheck to paycheck. Since childhood, they dream of at least standing next to famous people, not to mention being as useful as possible to them in order to escape poverty and become respectable people. What is there to envy in the life of a hero? Let's take Alexander the Great as an example. He conquered many countries. His mentor was the ancient Greek philosopher Aristotle. At the age of 20, Alexander was declared king. An important attribute that influenced Alexander and his ambitions were the works of Homer. The example for Alexander was Achilles, the hero of the poem Iliad, which the Macedonian took with him in all his campaigns. Achilles is an example for imitation, an invincible hero who was eventually killed by a spear striking his vulnerable spot, which gave rise to the expression Achilles' heel. He died young, but gained fame and got into epic poetry. Similarly, Alexander conquered numerous countries, as is commonly said today, half the world, and he died at the age of 32 while preparing for his next campaign. He gained fame, and his image is depicted in a multitude of contemporary artistic works, books, paintings, and movies. Here's how the keepers and architects of this world created their heroes and how they later used them.
I think we should talk about them a little bit because throughout history, they acted in such a way that they always described heroes, those whom they put in power, and whom they easily manipulated and controlled. As a rule, like in the story of that very Constantine, they took people who were easily manipulated, they took those who were feeble-minded, yet highly prideful, who were easily manipulated, and whose thirst for power and money was absolutely insatiable. And behind them, like shadows, there were those representatives of this organization, of the keepers, or the great architects, as they were known in the world. They created many different organizations, whom people later accused of all kinds of evil things possible, things that were actually done by the architects. They introduced symbols and signs so that we could see them. Why? Because in fact, there have always been rumors about them, and everyone suspected that there is some kind of a force, but it was always said that it was an institution of power and an institution of business. Attention was always diverted from them, and people blamed anyone but them. Yet, they have always been there. They wrote history and presented those people, controlled and manipulated by them, as the world's greatest minds. And we know them, Alexander of Macedon. You know, when you know the truth, it becomes funny. When an ordinary man who was afraid of his own shadow, who was afraid of everything, but he was inspired by his teacher who, in his turn, didn't belong to and had nothing to do with this secret destructive sect that ruled the world already at that time. Yet, he was merely a friend of the one who was a true representative of the architects of this world. And through him, through this very teacher of the greatest of the conquerors of this world, that architect easily manipulated the ruler himself, the ordinary man. That's why the latter won wars. That's why he was such a hero. But when he got a little bit carried away and he started to infringe upon the interests of the very organization of the keepers, he was simply eliminated, as many other people, as the keepers eliminated those who were supposed to make this world much better, brighter, more beautiful, those who were supposed to make our lives beautiful, wonderful, and dignified. Indeed, to make us a dignified and united civilization, so that we could live the way befitting a human being. This world, which was supposed to belong to us, they have made it a hostage. They've made the whole world and each of us a hostage to their desires. All they dream of is El's return. All they dream of is to bring their immortals back to life, whom only El can bring back. Only El controlled their lives, for he is a god to them.
The dynasty of architects never ceased to exist, as there were always plenty of people who wanted to secretly control this world. Note that the keepers raised Alexander the way he was convenient for them and used him for their own purposes, and then simply got rid of him. The empire created through Macedonian conquests soon fell apart, divided between the king's generals, the diadochi. But as a consequence of these campaigns, the spread of Greek culture began in the East, laying the foundation of Hellenism, as it was desired for the elite, that is, the servants of El. And do you know how this world-famous hero died? He died of incurable diarrhea. Yes, right, this hero, or rather the murderer of many innocent people, died not bravely fighting in the battle, but just on the potty. And is that what we admire? And take note of how his puppeteers got rid of him in such a disgraceful way as a mockery. Because they don't respect not only people, but even their loyal servants, those who perform their tasks. Similarly, many other well-known heroes whose excessive pridefulness and lust for power led to become servants of the architects. But they also ended their lives ingloriously. Among them are Gilgamesh, Tamerlane, Napoleon, Hitler and others. For heroes, it's illusory glory, for people, suffering and death, while for El and his descendants, it's merely entertainment. When waging wars, architects always pursue multiple objectives, expanding their spheres of influence, enrichment, and eradicating spiritual knowledge that can help people free themselves from their negative traits and, consequently, from their control. After all, architects always play on pridefulness and spiritual weaknesses of a person. Wars serve for them as a tool to enslave people even more, to keep them in fear, and make people fear even more, then it is easier to control them. The keepers themselves don't engage in warfare, they always do it with our hands. According to their inner philosophy, they do everything to bring back El, the one who will grant them immortality. So what does the history of the past teach us? Nowadays, according to the data from the Internet resource World Population Review, 32 countries out of 193 in the world are in a state of military conflict. The topic of war occupies a significant part of the information space of the world media. Think about it. How much attention we put into this topic. After all, the power of our attention is the power of creation. So what are we creating? And then we wonder why our world is like this. For centuries, we observed the activity of El's descendants, this radical extremist sect of the keepers and architects of this world, who divide us, manipulate our consciousness, and make us kill each other for their interests and goals. It is suggested to people that wars happen on their own, while in fact it is a planned scenario to destroy humanity. The question is whether we want to live a life worthy of humans and build the world for ourselves and our descendants, or do we want to be pawns on the chessboard of these outsiders who play with our lives?
Wars in the past and today are organized by a miserable bunch of priests and their accomplices. But who appointed them as priests, who taught to manipulate people, who brought religion in our world? Earthlings have different experiences of interaction with alien civilizations. Some treated us friendly and with respect, while others saw us only as a source of energy. Erica will tell us how some alien species differ from each other and what impact they had on humanity. Erica, you have the floor.
Gracias, Alexei. Hola, amigos.
Hello, friends. Today our speakers have already raised the topic of extraterrestrial origin of man and said our ancestors came to this planet from another planet. It turns out that there was a cosmic movement and transfer between planets. So we are not alone in the universe. But let's figure it out together. How significant is that information for us regarding contact with extraterrestrial races that have occurred and are occurring on our planet to this day? Why do we need to know this? In fact, everything is simple. Anyone knows the past, understands the present, and can foresee the future. This information will give us an understanding of how skillfully we are being manipulated today, that we are not even aware of this. The roots of all of this go deep in the past. And in order to understand this, we have to look into our history. So let's begin. History records that are more than 24,000 years ago, the Earth was invaded by the evil alien beings, the Apexians. They kept humans in slavery for almost 1,000 years, forcing them to work for themselves and also ate human flesh. Thanks to the movie industry, many people know what they look like. This image is not far from the truth. The artifacts and ancient bas reliefs, we can see how the Apexians look like. But judging from these images, they interacted with humans pretty close. Or rather, they were gods to the people of that time, and forced people to praise them, so people would give them their life energy. Multiple genetic experiments on humans are depicted on these bas reliefs, including attempts at crossbreeding between species, although the greys themselves were produced by laying eggs. Let's watch a fragment of an interview with an archaeologist and researcher of the history of the Earth and mankind, Alexander Koltepin, where Alexander Viktorovich will share his research on grey aliens and their organization structure.
There is no doubt that grey aliens exist. I compare them with amphibians, with one of the groups of amphibians or reptilians. It's a very interesting society which, according to my data, had a structure such as a termite mound, or an anthill, or a beehive. That is, there were some kind of queens, workers, drones, and so on. From my point of view, the greys are just the workers of these amphibious gods, just one of the groups of this termite mound or beehive, because I don't know how many of them there were. I mean, how many varieties there were, 5, 6 or more. The small groups that have survived until today, because the largest of them, of course, can no longer live on Earth due to gravity change. So the smallest ones most likely live in an energy substance now and require the energy of grief for their existence, which they are now actively using.
Gracias, Alexander Viktorovich.
Thank you, Alexander Viktorovich. As you have just said, and I would like to draw your attention once again to the fact that there are different kinds of extraterrestrial races. The real facts about aliens visiting our planet confirm this. Aliens have different forms and characteristics, and which is evidenced by numerous findings around the world. One of these researchers is Professor, Candidate of Historical Sciences and archaeologist Andrei Mikhailovich Borovsky, who, in connection with the nature of his work, is faced with findings and testimony of his colleagues which are opening new understanding and tackling imagination.
When it comes to extraterrestrial beings, it can often be associated, at least in some cases, with images of clearly non-human creatures, or with the discovery of skulls that we cannot explain, or with mummies that were recently found in Peru. We found mummies of egg-laying creatures, clearly intelligent, dressed, but they're not humans. Not only are they not humans, they are not mammals. Inside the female's abdomen, there are eggs that have not yet been laid. In other words, these are creatures that are similar to birds or reptiles. Dinosaurs would recognize them as theirs if they could think. I mean, these are completely different creatures, and whether they are a product of earthly or extraterrestrial evolution is currently an unanswered question. To answer this question, a large research program on these mummies needs to be initiated. What's most interesting, these mummies were found in Peru. They were found in a cave, and the indigenous people found them. They showed the place. The mummies were buried quite definitively. So these were intelligent beings who were buried. They are small, about 60 centimeters. They have 3 fingers on their hands, on their upper limbs. In other words, they are creatures clearly close to reptiles. One of their 3 fingers opposes, meaning this creature could grasp things like we do. Yes, the female has eggs in her abdomen. Their reproductive organs are internal like in reptiles. It means these are another kind of animals. They have no mammary glands, no external genitalia, but they have eggs. They lay eggs. What can be done about this? So these are intelligent beings close to reptiles in anatomy. At least because they have 3 fingers. For example, Stenonychosaurus, like dinosaurs, also had 3 fingers, one opposed like our thumb. They have a large brain volume. They are dressed. Some of them have metal plates inserted into their bones of the hands and feet, which means they were treated and underwent complex operations. In other words, they are definitely intelligent beings. They just differ from us physiologically and anatomically, another kind of creatures. This does not mean that they could not have complex forms of family, marital relationships and family relationships, but they reproduced differently. What can be done about this? Then there are numerous images. These are human lizards in Mexico, in Peru. So the indigenous people worship such creatures. This is a fact. And there are images. These are also Anunnaki, that is, strange human amphibians. And the most interesting thing is that they were marine amphibians living in the sea among the Sumerians, who later entered the beliefs of the Babylonians and Akkadians. So this also requires special research. It is more than likely that in some cases, if there was paleocontact, note if I am very cautious, if it took place, it could give the impression of the appearance of gods.
Gracias, Andrei Mikhailovich.
Thank you, Andrei Mikhailovich. It's very interesting that representatives of this race reproduced by laying eggs, like reptiles. As we know, there are different types of alien beings: spiritualized and soul-filled, humanoid. You can learn more about the humanoid race of the Anunnaki from the Kaleidoscope of Facts 10, The Truth About the Anunnaki. You know, many people don't like to delve into history. It's a boring science for them. But you should know history, because the history of the past is a lesson for the future. It is necessary to know it at least in order to do the right thing now, not to make mistakes and not to wear rose-colored glasses with a naive view of the world. We bring to your attention a study we made as part of our research into the history of paleocontact and those artifacts that give us a clear understanding of the Apexian reptiloid influence on humanity.
Images of extraterrestrial beings depicted in bas-reliefs can be found in many corners of our planet. It's safe to say that Mexico, Peru, and Latin American countries are abundant with such discoveries. This artifact was discovered in March 2017 near the city of Veracruz in Mexico. In one of the caves within the forest, jade stones with mysterious carvings were found, depicting humanoid creatures with large heads. They resemble the great aliens or the Apexians. And there are numerous findings like this. For instance, this collection of reliefs, masks, and tablets was unearthed inside one of the temples in Mexico. It has been considered as evidence of the Mayans' contact with extraterrestrial beings. People organize special expeditions to explore places of apparent polar contact and study these discoveries. One of these researchers is the Mexican shaman, Paulino Martinez. He agreed to give us an interview, during which he shared his findings. I live in the city of Guadalajara, Jalisco, Mexico, about 30 kilometers away from Lake Chapala, one of the largest lakes in Latin America. It's also a place where sightings of extraterrestrial spacecrafts are reported frequently. There's much talk about the Jalisco area because the lake spans several states. There is an active extraterrestrial base in the area of Jalisco and Michoacan. Many sightings of spacecraft have been reported, and I was invited because I was gifted this piece, the one I'm holding in my hand, and they asked me, "Do you want to see where you can find more of these pieces?" I said, "Yes, I am interested in joining the expedition." They said, "We want your help because energetically, the energy of this place, there are paranormal occurrences and unexplainable phenomena in this area. And we've discovered many symbols, and we've also found some stelae. The stelae and engraved jade tablets with symbols and images that don't belong to this planet. So we want to know your opinion." When they showed me these findings, I couldn't believe it. Having them right in front of me, I was astonished by the symbols and the symbolism behind them. I couldn't believe the story that was manifested in the symbols. These pieces were a shock as soon as I saw them. And first, I want to tell you what I said. How? How is this even possible? And then, as we continued the expedition, things started getting dangerous for us and the people funding it. Because the area where these pieces are found is the area in Mexico, controlled by paramilitary groups involved in drug trafficking and other illicit businesses. At some point, our lives and the lives of those funding the expedition were threatened by people who didn't want us to take or reveal anything we had discovered. We managed to gather evidence and rescue some pieces. We took them for analysis, and the results were incredible. But the most incredible part is that this story is engraved on some stelae we have found. These stelae are highly valuable, not just because of the symbols carved on them. They are valuable because they are made of jade, a very expensive material that is even sold by the carat in the international market. We found items of jade weighing tons. So our amazement stems not only from the significance of the discovery of the symbols, but also because these stones themselves are incredibly valuable. In this relief, there is an image of 14 extraterrestrial figures standing in a circle, holding hands. The gazes of the 13 participants forming the circle are directed towards the central figure, suggesting that it plays a special role in this process. In the center of the circle, there are two figures. One is presumably a human, shaman, and the other has a head resembling the ancient Egyptian god Anubis. The shaman and the Anubis-like creature are holding staffs in their hands. Within the circle, we can also see two symbols indicating that the shaman is transferring energy to the Anubis-like being. Additionally, there are two more figures within the circle with heads resembling that of Anubis. Outside the circle, there are four more extraterrestrial figures of a slightly different type, with their hands raised in front of them. At the top corners, there are depictions of extraterrestrial spaceships. The entire funerary monument is framed by two serpents, showing representations of energy in the form of waves. It is presumed that in this way, extraterrestrial beings were gathering energy from humans during a ritualistic act. This is a stele that we found on top of a tomb. On top of a tomb, there was a skeleton, a very large one, larger than ordinary, with an elongated skull. I have to admit, at first I couldn't believe it. We conducted numerous examinations and ran tests. It was incredibly mind-boggling for me. Even now, I haven't finished studying it because it defies logic. I mean, it doesn't fit within the rational framework of what we know and our understanding of history. I believe this discovery has the potential to change many aspects of human history. Not just in our country. There have been some very significant findings in various areas, and it gives us a strong indication that we are not alone in the universe. What Paulina just mentioned about the funerary monuments is actually a treasure trove of invaluable findings that convey evident information like a clear guidebook. The key lies in learning how to read it. Another equally astonishing discovery was made in the south of Egypt in 2016. During renovation work on an ancient building, ancient coins. On one side of these coins, there's a head resembling an extraterrestrial being, while the other side depicts a hovering spacecraft. Almost all these coins have inscriptions in Latin, suggesting that they were minted not in Egypt but elsewhere. Now, hold on a second. As we know from history, only rulers were featured on coins. Every king and emperor wanted to imprint their image not only in statues and paintings, but also on minted coins. Why would a king or queen have their image on a coin? In fact, just as they do today on paper money. First, it was to let everyone in the state know who was in charge, who held the power. Second, it was a way to elevate their sense of grandeur. And finally, most importantly, spreading their image was a means to siphon human life energy, the power of real. For by investing attention in an image, we willingly transfer a part of our attention to its owner. Let's take a look at how rulers indulged themselves throughout history. The list goes on and on. As we can see, stamping the image of an emperor or a king on coins was quite common. Each one who reached the heights of power aimed to disseminate their image and assert their dominance, as it was formerly said, who's the boss in the house. So what does this imply? Was the image of an alien creature that clearly resembles the Apaxians featured on coins not done by coincidence? It was not accidental, right? Have you ever seen regular people, peasants or workers, depicted on coins or banknotes? No. Fascinating, isn't it? Who's hiding behind the veil of secrecy throughout millennia? Who left their legacy here and contributes to collect tribute to this day? Because, as we have understood, only selected, revered individuals, those at the pinnacle of power, are depicted on such significant objects as money. So who do we venerate? This creature bears a striking resemblance to what we call the Greys, or more specifically, the Apaxians. Millennia ago, when the Apaxians ruled over Earth, they established a planetary religion of human sacrifices to gods who have blue blood. In these religions, warriors, war prisoners, children and women were offered as sacrifices. By the way, the bas-reliefs discovered in one of Mexico's temples vividly depict the human sacrifice process. Note, not only are there extraterrestrial beings, but also humans present. Apparently, these are priests who participated in human sacrifice rituals. By the way, it was these bas-reliefs and masks which were found in the interior of the temple in Mexico that were regarded as evidence of the Mayans' contact with extraterrestrial beings. And we know how the Mayans were a bloodthirsty civilization, which implies that the knowledge of these bloody sacrifices was transmitted by the Apaxians. When the Apaxians departed, they left behind priests who continued the tradition of sacrifices. They still carry out these rituals to this day. We see these priests portrayed on coins and more. Their image spans centuries. They struck a deal. By selling themselves, they gained power. Thus, they doomed peoples to suffering and distorted beyond recognition the primary purpose of human life, for the sake of which each of us comes to this world to become an angel, a living being. However, to obtain power, the priests were given secret knowledge on how to achieve it. They must forever lock away their conscience in the freezer and perform acts of human sacrifice. What does this action achieve? It's all connected to the physics of subtle energies. Through satanic rituals of sacrifice, the demon within the priest who has committed it is reinforced by the collected life energy of the victim. And it is this well-fed demon in this priest, in the ruler, that compels wicked demons in the minds of other people under the settler to obey. The weaker submit to the stronger. In the invisible world, there exists a clear demonic hierarchy, and every demon seeks to ascend to the pinnacle of power. It doesn't matter whether it's a minor demon or one with significant power and consequently greater authority. And the more power it gains, the more insatiable it becomes. It's the law. The technique of sacrifices is kept in the strictest secrecy, and that's no surprise. After all, it concerns power, power over the world and people's minds. Therefore, information of this kind doesn't extend beyond a very narrow circle of humans, or more precisely now, inhumans. And that's understandable. But even those who appear to be at the pinnacle of power are in reality slaves, who also pay tribute to their master, Satan, and to his intermediary, the Apexians, those who brought this instrument of sacrifice and power here. But again, they are just intermediaries at this insane feast. They receive a mere 10%, while the lion's share of 90% goes to the system of the animal mind.
Система животного разума.
This information is simply shocking and gives an understanding of the current world order. It is time for us to think deeply about what is happening. Are we satisfied with it? Or do we still want to change something? Answer this question to yourself, and we will get back to the topic. You know, if we continue to study archaeology and the findings that are there, which unfortunately official science is not in a rush to recognize and study, we will find a lot of interesting things. Continuing the theme of alien heritage, it is worth paying attention to the elongated skulls found in Paracas, Peru. It was there in 1928 the Peruvian archaeologist Julio Tello discovered a funerary complex containing tombs with hundreds of ancient remains. In total, more than 300 elongated skulls of unusual shape were found, which were at least 3,000 years old. Now, on the screen, we can see one of the elongated skulls found in Paracas. It is much larger than a human skull and is very different from ours. Of course, the researchers were interested in such a finding, and the skulls were taken for a study. We offer to see another fragment of the interview with archaeologist Andrei Mikhailovich Burovsky.
I've read the relevant works of people who were there. Unfortunately, without the involvement of official science, but with a large commission. Anthropologists, doctors, technology specialists. With funding from private companies, they conducted quite an extensive investigation. But the skulls of altered shapes themselves don't prove much. Many cultures had the tradition of reshaping skulls, but again, why? Where did this tradition come from? Why did people alter the shape of their own skulls? For instance, why did the Avars and Karaites tie a board to the top of a newborn's head? To elongate the skull. But what's the purpose? Why harm a poor child like that? Interestingly, it seems that the Karaites, who still exist today, practiced this custom as recently as the early 20th century. There was a man named Shapshal, the head of the Karaim community, who lived in Lithuania. He had a reshaped skull. He was an exceptionally intelligent person, fluent in multiple languages and highly educated. In other words, at least the Karaites didn't become idiots due to this practice. However, some scholars believe that, for instance, the Avars, who secured a board on top of their heads, resulting in a receding skull, were very mentally unstable, cruel, and inadequate in their behavior. It's difficult to say if this was true or not, since we haven't seen a living Avar. Our judgment is solely based on archaeological findings. But speaking of altering skull shapes, in Caracas, for example, research hit a dead end. It wasn't clear whether these were definitely human beings or not. That's perhaps the most intriguing part. Peoples known for reshaping skulls are widely documented, but where did these creatures come from? Their skull shape was changed drastically. It's cylindrical and elongated upwards. Why? If they are humans, whom are they imitating? If they are not humans, where did they come from with such strange skulls? Some fascinating questions arise here. However, a serious research program is needed. Everything that's unclear must be studied, not brushed aside as mere fiction or fake. Not just fiction, it's fabrication. I'm not convinced it's a fabrication, especially since a series of skulls, dozens of them, have been found in Caracas, South America. I mean, it's no longer possible to dismiss them as mere coincidences. This isn't a coincidence, it's some systematic practice, and we know of many cases when people tried to alter their appearance to resemble great ancestors, deities or deified ancestors.
Gracias, Andrei Mikhailovich.
Thank you, Andrei Mikhailovich. In 2013, researcher and archaeologist Brian Fester, researcher Marzulli, entered the team of a group of researchers and began to work in this direction. In order to understand and explain the phenomenon of these ancient Paracas elongated skulls, the first results of the DNA analysis showed that the elongated of the skull was caused by the genetic features. Some of the elongated skulls had a skull volume 25% larger and 60% heavier than the normal human skulls. This means that they could not have been intentionally deformed by fixing or flattering the head, since deforming the skull may change its shape but doesn't change its volume or weight. Brian Fester gives the following information regarding the latest DNA results. The DNA results actually were incredibly complicated. It's gonna take me some time to actually figure it out what the results mean. What does show for sure is the Paracas elongated skull people 100% sure were not Native American. They were a mix of, even you could say in some ways, the hybrid of a different people. Their blood types were very complicated as well, and that is not the case that they are 100% Native American. We were likely looking at the subspecies of humanity as regards to the Paracas. Brian says that there are a lot of evidences that their DNA comes from Eastern Europe and Western Asia, the area in between the Black Sea and the Caspian Sea, where ancient elongated skull people lived about 3,000 years ago. Brian Fester concluded that the owners of these elongated skulls from the Paracas must have been born that way. That is, their skull were not exposed to change their shape. Who were these mysterious creatures? Why were they so different from originally humans? And is it possible that these creatures were not from Earth, but came from the stars? Let's see an excerpt from an interview with Paulina Martinez, made specially for the Kaleidoscope of Facts.
In our culture, in Mayan culture, it was very common for both men and women to have their heads compressed in childhood, because they wanted their heads to be elongated. The Maya used wooden boards on infants when they were born to push their brains upward, and their skulls would stretch. This had a purpose, and the purpose was to move the pineal gland, or the third eye that we have, and change its position. And in that position, we could have a different vision of things. We could see things that are not normally visible. And that's why our ancestors performed these rituals to elongate the head. They were also considered people who had a gift or special powers to have the vision to communicate with gods, whom we now imagine as beings from the stars, though they might have common flesh and blood. We cannot call them anything else. But this skull is larger than a human skull. And we also believe that our ancestors must have learned this from someone. Someone must have taught them this technology, and we think that someone was called Kukulkan, in our culture the feathered serpent, and he was called the feathered serpent. And we can see that the gods or beings represented in these drawings have a reptilian form.
Gracias, Paulino.
Thanks, Paulino. It turns out that people, artificially changing the shape of the skull, simply imitated the ones they have called gods. To those who come from the stars, before that we considered creatures hostile to humans, who only used humans, performed rituals to sacrifice and eating human flesh, which, by the way, is still going in our world. Reptiloids and apexians are intelligent animals that have distinguishing characteristics, so they have no soul. Just a soulless creature with an animal mind. They are guided only by the instincts inherent in animal. Survival, domination, territorial concept, reproduction. They have no such concepts as kindness, empathy, and helping others. As we know, everything in our world strives for balance. If there is good, then there is evil. If there is white, then there is black. Everything is created for a person to make own choice. Therefore, it is very important to understand and know that there are good extraterrestrial races which came to help people, to give them spirit knowledge. Their distinguishing feature is the presence of soul, personality, and consciousness. Such a trinity, these components that are inherent only to animate beings. History has preserved the memory of them, civilized, peaceful beings, or as they were called, gods, inhabited Egypt for a long time before the coming of the first dynasty, about 3100 BC, during the Golden Age. Egyptians believed that they were ruled by kings who were gods themselves, and the gods lived on earth among humans. For 12,300 years, 7 great gods ruled Egypt. Ptah, 9,000 years, Ra, 1,000 years, Shu, 700 years, Geb, 500 years, Osiris, 450 years, Set 350 years, Horus 300 years. Then there were 12 divine rules, including Tot and Maat, and they ruled for 1,570 years. This story is captured in the bas-reliefs and ancient buildings of Egypt, the story of the rise of civilization. Now on the screen, we see the temple of the goddess Isis. The goddess Isis was honored, and in ancient Egypt she was connected with Osiris. By the way, it is enough to pay attention to the art of ancient Egypt, to those of its samples which have reached the present time in buildings, paintings, and ancient temples, sculptural images, and one can see the same symbols of transmission of the basis of spiritual knowledge as everywhere in the world. The working sign alatra, lotus, circle, cube, rhombus, pyramid, cross, and others.
Cubo, rombo, pirámide, cruz.
The cult of the goddess Isis lasted for thousands of years, including the Roman Empire. Isis as the Great Mother was often depicted as the sign of Alatra on her head, in the form of ball-shaped crescent moon with horns pointing upwards, above which is the circle. The Egyptians associate the god Osiris with the constellation Orion and his wife Isis with Sirius. It is noteworthy that Sirius, where the gods came from, appears from the myth and legend of the African Dogon tribe, and they are known today for the fact that it seems that with all their primitive way of life, by standards of the current civilization, they still have knowledge of astronomy and cosmology, in particular about the brightest star in the constellation of the Great Dog, the star Sirius. There are many confirmations mentioned in their legend that in the time immemorial aliens from the Sirius star system came to Earth by ship. They also have veneration of the representative of God, Nomo, who came from this constellation. Sirius is located in the constellation of the Great Dog, but that is interesting. That is how they explain why the name Great Dog came about. The ancient Sumerians called the constellation Sirius the Dog of the Sun, and much later the Greeks and Romans began to call it simply Dog. The constellation of the Dog began to be called just because of the fact that there came a god. In other words, an alien from Sirius who taught people, instructed, gave knowledge, including cosmological and spiritual knowledge and practical in this world. And according to their legends, his name was Dog, and according to another legends, Sabaka. It's a play on words. This man's real name was Sabaha, and here they just got confused. Sabah was confused with Sabaka, dog, and then they called him dog. But so Ba is the soul, outer shells, Sa, spirit, will higher entitlement, the entitled soul came to this world and gave people knowledge, including cosmological and spiritual knowledge. According to the Gon legend, the gods descended from the sky and taught people various crafts, arts, passed the extensive knowledge to them, and then returned to their home. Astronomical discoveries thousands of years ago of the African Dogon people still shock the ethnographers and paleoastronomers. So we can find everything in our history. We just need to learn to look at it with open eyes and study the facts that abound all over our planet. Thank you for your attention, and now I give the floor to the host.
Thank you, Erika. The topic of paleocontact is not new. But only now those who control us have begun to confirm it on an official level. So the number of UFO sightings has increased significantly recently, and it is impossible to hide it from humanity. Politicians had to publicly admit that extraterrestrial life exists, and it has existed for a very long time, although they already knew it well. And there's a lot of evidence for that. Recognizing this fact will change the life of our humanity, unless we die first from the impending climate crisis. As we know, our planet is being destroyed from the inside out because of a malfunctioning core. Lies and not taking the issue seriously can have irreversible consequences. And we realize that governments don't want to cause panic, so they divert our attention with other issues. As with the topic of UFOs, they will deny the obvious to the last. Misleading mankind with false theories is a well-known way of controlling the masses. Dushan will tell us about one more of such theories and the consequences it led to. Dushan, the floor is yours.
What do you think Nazism and the theory of evolution have in common? And if we told you that Darwin's theory has affected the world worse than Nazi ideology, would that change your view of the world? But more on that later. Right now, let's remind ourselves that Darwin's theory of evolution is all about. It states that in nature there is always a fierce, continuous struggle for existence and constant confrontation. The stronger and more adaptable always survive and outcompete the weaker. This makes possible the further development of that particular kind of life. This principle is called natural selection. Although we know that Darwin's theory is fundamentally wrong. The process of emergence of life and its development goes in a completely different way. We covered this in detail in Kaleidoscope of Fact, number 31, Scientific Evidence of the Existence of God, Part 1. But it didn't matter to the architects of this world that Darwin's theory was wrong. After all, they always fit scientific hypotheses to their political theories to justify evil in humanity and control the masses. When the word Nazism is pronounced, the image of Hitler appears in most people's mind, and that's fair enough. But what, in its essence, is Nazism? Is it the superiority of one race or nationality over other races or nationalities, a kind of exclusivity? From the previous speeches, we have realized that there are no similar races. All races are unique in their own way. Therefore, there will always be differences between people by external signs. Hitler decided to realize natural selection with his own hands, because he believed that nature was no longer capable of doing it on its own. He singled out one single superior race, exalted the Aryan branch, and automatically placed all other people in the imperfect species. Hitler believed that it was the Aryan race that was responsible for the development of civilization, so by destroying their inferior races, and supposedly contributed to the process of evolution. During this period, many political and ethnic groups, especially Jews, were subjected to Hitler's selection and exterminated by the thousands, subjected to the most cruel torture in Nazi concentration camps. Such camps in Nazi Germany were placed of mass imprisonment, detention, and extermination of people, those people whom the Nazis considered undesirable. The camps held Jews, Gypsies, Poles, Soviet prisoners of war, political opponents, and other groups of people whom the Nazis considered a threat to their regime. Conditions in their concentration camps were terrible. Prisoners work hard labor, were mistreated, and were deprived of basic human rights. Many prisoners died of starvation, disease, or exhaustion. Others were killed in gas chambers or shot. These ideas formed the basis of the Holocaust. Before the mass extermination of the Jews, the Nazis produced and popularized caricatures to ridicule and humiliate the Jews and to blame them for all of people's misfortunes. The one-sided presentation of information played a role in creating the atmosphere of hatred and prejudice that led to the Holocaust. Caricature depictions of Jews were common in Germany in the 1930s. These pictures often portray Jews as greedy, rich, and powerful. They also often portray Jews as being responsible for all of Germany's troubles. These caricatures were used by the Nazis to justify the persecution and murder of Jews. This is a clear example, especially for those people who believe that information has no influence on the consciousness of the individual and society as a whole. The United States Holocaust Memorial Museum in Washington, D.C. and Yad Vashem in Jerusalem estimate that more than 6 million Jews were killed during the Holocaust. In today's world, this is especially emphasized. It is important to note that during World War II, it is estimated more than 53 million people died. That is, 47 million people of other nationalities were killed. But why is the Holocaust so publicized? In the Kaleidoscope of Facts, the color of gods, information was announced that it was the Jewish race that received a unique genome, the Apexian code, a very intelligent alien inanimate race, which is inherited. Thus, 4 genes were taken from Apexians females, are transmitted through the female line, and through the male line, a unique Apexian superiority gene, which gives not only a positive effect, an extraordinary mind, excellent organizational skills, but also the opposite effect, the development of genetic diseases. Jews are not unreasonably regarded as the most intelligent people on our planet. When their population increases in number, the defects of their genetic diseases become visible in multitudes. The architects of this world use the excellent managerial abilities of the Jews to realize their plans. They also monitor the purity of their population. By provoking wars on the planet, they solve many of their tasks, including genetic cleansing of the Jewish people. In the times of Nazi Germany, it was Hitler who organized so-called genetic cleansing by order of his masters. And in order to sow hatred towards the Jewish people in the minds of ordinary people, a wide information campaign was conducted. As a result, the Jews were blamed for all the troubles of people, but not those who ruled them. The architects of this world have always destroyed those who brought their ideas to life. Another storehouse of ideas for the perverted mind of the German Führer was Friedrich Nietzsche's Thus Spoke Zarathustra. To begin with, it is necessary to tell a little about the philosopher's work itself. In the scientific community, it is believed that Zarathustra is a fictional character who, at the age of 15, went to the mountains to achieve solitude and reflection. Zarathustra considers different spheres of human activity, about war and warriors, about a new idol, about market flies, about death, about a friend, about love for one's neighbor, etc. And the author expresses his thought in the form of statements like aphorisms. Thus spake Zarathustra. With this phrase, Nietzsche always ended any section.
In Thus Spoke Zarathustra, Nietzsche's superhuman is a result of cultural and spiritual perfection of man, a type far superior to modern man in his intellectual and moral qualities. Nietzsche also described a strong race that should be dominant. The theories of fascism justified their cruelty towards other nations with this very postulate. Yes, Nietzsche often uses the concept of race in his work, but he interprets it as an intellectual, moral, rather than a national ethnic characteristic. The strong race is a special breed of superior people, superhumans with the morality of lords, which is characterized by a high degree of self-respect, an exalted state of soul. The weak race, on the other hand, are vitally weak people who lived by the principle of utility. A cowardly, petty, humiliating person for the sake of his own benefit. This is a representative of the morality of slaves. The part of Zarathustra where Nietzsche supposedly glorified war at the highest manifestation of the human spirit was very useful to the Nazis. Hitler could read in Zarathustra's Hymn to War, but the fact is that Nietzsche is talking about the war of the spirit, and he called not for war in the usual sense of the word, but for the internal war of each person, a war with his own negative qualities, not with other people. As we can see, the great philosopher was distorted beyond recognition, and the fascists completely adjusted his statements to fit their ideology. For 6,000 years, beginning with the Sumerians, we see that there are periods in history when there is an exaltation of one race or another over the rest of humanity. The idea of Nazism is not new. Everyone knows such cultures as the Sumerian, Babylonian, Egyptic, Hellenic, pre-Aryan culture of the Indus, archaic China. They left behind a significant mark in science, medicine, architecture, and all were ruined and practically destroyed in the wars they waged themselves, trying to conquer the whole world, just like the Nazis of Germany during the reign of Hitler. After all, during this period, the Germans did make significant breakouts in many areas. Especially in science and technology. But what did they direct the nation's potentials to? The idea of Nazism is based on the animal side of a human, his pride, his sense of superiority. Nazis considered themselves the smartest, the most unique, talented, beautiful, and etc. But as a rule, this then leads to the fact that these same people go to kill those who are worse than them. Nazism turns people's creative potential to destruction, to wars, and as a result, self-destruction. The principle of divide and conquer has existed for many millennia. The race of people have many external differences. Therefore, every time the architects of this world have organized wars of different scales, they have always played on the pride and superiority of one race over the rest of humanity, creating for themselves a tool for waging wars of conquest. This requires a special ideology to make people kill their own kind. This is why Darwin's theory has not been abolished in schools or rejected by the scientific community. Because it is not about science, but about politics and the mechanism of controlling the masses. That means that in the consumer's format of society, the theories of division and superiority will never disappear. Wars are planned by the architects of this world, but we bring their ideas to life. Knowing how they act, we ourselves can decide whether to support their suicidal ideology
or unite to create a united civilization without wars, hunger, divisions, and diseases, including genetic, where the highest value will be a human life. And the differences of races will complement the beautiful bouquet of human civilization, because strength is in truth and unity. Renata will tell us about the prospects that could open up for our united humanity.
Hello, friends. On July the 26th, 2023, the House of Representatives Subcommittee on National Security, the Border and Foreign Affairs held open hearings on unknown flying objects, or as they are now called, unidentified anomalous phenomena, and the potential presence of extraterrestrial technologies on our planet. Three key witnesses testified at the hearing: Ryan Graves and David Fravor, two former U.S. Navy aviators who reported highly publicized encounters with unknown objects in military training in airspace, and David Grush, a decorated U.S. military combat veteran and Pentagon intelligence officer. In the testimonies that followed the opening remarks, David Grush stated that he was informed of the existence of a multi-decade unidentified anomalous phenomena crash, retrieval, and reverse engineering program, but was denied access to it, and this encouraged him to file a complaint against the informant. David Grush, who was a member of the Pentagon's short-term task force on unidentified anomalous phenomenon from 2019-2021, told the committee that his complaint against the informant was based on information provided to him by individuals with long-standing service records in the U.S., many of whom also shared compelling evidence in the form of photographs, official documentation, and confidential oral testimonies with him and many of his colleagues. Observing the progression with which an increasing number of unidentified flying objects are now being recorded, the hearing participants concluded that this topic needs to be discussed openly. And how can you hide it when almost every one of us has a device in our hands with which we can capture these objects ourselves? It's high time to get a telescope to observe the constant movements of controlled flying devices near the moon and the sun. And the number of visitors from other planets keeps growing. Some of the phenomena we observe in our solar system are hard to explain from the perspective of our current understanding of cosmic processes. For example, on November the 27th, 2016, NASA's official website featured an image of the Sun taken from the Solar and Heliospheric Observatory. In the image, we see an unidentified white object with some kind of trail leading to the Sun. Another NASA observatory, the Solar Dynamics Observatory, also monitors processes occurring on the Sun and sends the captured images to Earth. In pictures published in 2012, there is a dark, perfectly round object attached to the Sun. According to researchers, the size of the object is at least as large as our planet. From the object, there seems to be something resembling a thick hose stretching to the Sun. It appears as if the object is drawing something from the Sun's surface and then it detaches from the Sun and disappears. According to the researchers, aliens use the Sun as a refueling station for their flying craft. What has piqued the interest of our galactic neighbors in our planet now? Why are we seeing so many visitors in our solar system? We are in a pivotal historical period, precisely as our humanity is going through a 24,000-year cycle. A stream of cosmic radiation is coming into our solar system and specifically to the Earth. This has affected the core of our planet, making it unstable and leading to climate changes. And we have confronted the climate Cerberus. On the one hand, is a threat to the survival of all humanity and the planet itself. On the other hand, the stream of cosmic radiation, which affects all living things on our planet, including humans, could also serve as an impetus for our development. For many, it's evident that we are not alone in the universe. Humanoid races evolve gradually and explore space. The conditions under which a society becomes a civilization are the unification of all people, forming a single egregor with a civilization and having access to free energy, and a lack of domination by a few over the many. As we know, every community needs energy to develop. In the universe, there are 6 stages of civilization development. They are classified based on the quality and purity of the energy they use. Possessing free energy grants freedom to people. A civilization, the first stage of its development, has free energy, meaning the input is much less than the output. And they have the ability to harness energy at any point within their sphere. Thus, the civilization can freely move within its sphere. In our case, the solar system. The leap from the first to the second stage of civilization development differs by an order of magnitude. It's a huge step. The second stage, which a civilization reaches after successfully navigating the first stage, allows for the manipulation of pure energy. With the use of this pure energy, the civilization gains the capability to venture into space beyond its sphere. At the second to third level, the civilization gains the ability to explore and colonize new neighboring planets within the galaxy. This is because the goal of civilizations is to proliferate, organize, and ensure their existence. To advance to the third level, a civilization must unite the human race that colonizes and settles on various planets. With the colonization of new planets and the resettlement of humanity, the sphere in which the civilization lives expands. If a civilization unites, it creates a unified egregor, thereby expanding the capabilities of the civilization. This unity allows the civilization to utilize pure energy, which in turn provides an opportunity to advance to the fourth level. The fourth level of civilization development involves intergalactic journeys throughout the universe without any loss of time. It should be noted that there are soulless but spiritualized civilizations. This type of beings do not have access to the pure primordial energy that creates everything. However, they can develop up to the fourth level at most. For them, entry into galaxies with a right-handed spin is not accessible. For instance, the Epixians, who are at the fourth level of civilization development, they dominate in our galaxy, hence it rotates counterclockwise because it predominantly consists of the material or animalistic component. They exhibit an aggressive imperialistic behavior. The Pixians have a unified egregor of the civilization, much like ants in an anthill or bees. Notice that in other anthills and beehives are their commanders or chiefs. The intellectual level of the Pixians greatly surpasses ours. They possess a unified, powerful collective consciousness. They have colonized many planets. They are particularly interested in soul-filled beings that have not been able to develop sufficiently. Epics enslave these beings to extract the primordial energy, which is only accessible to soul-filled beings. Advanced civilizations, both soulless and soul-filled, can venture into open space. However, the soulless ones pose a threat as they are simply highly intellectual animals governed by instincts. This means their primary goal is territorial conquest and the subjugation of all other beings. Soul-filled humanoid beings are friendly to us, as access to certain technological level is only possible with a high spiritual and moral development. The fifth level of civilization development, which is only accessible for soul-filled civilizations, represents an ideal society. Until the fourth level, even a soul-filled civilization might still choose a technogenic path of development. Still, only those who have selected a spiritual direction can reach the fifth level. The animalistic, materialistic component can no longer dominate at this level. To reach the fifth level, one must traverse all the preceding stages of development. The maximum possible level of development that any soul-filled civilization in the universe can achieve, if it chooses the spiritual path, is the sixth level. Representatives of this level are the Anunnaki, the highest race of soul-filled beings that have existed for over 3 billion years. A soul-filled race consciously serving the spiritual world. They do not possess physical bodies. In our understanding, they are transparent, that is, they are of a subtle material nature. To communicate with humans, they enter into symbiosis with those among humans who are prepared for this and with the person's consent. The transition of a civilization to each new level implies not only possessing pure energy, but also the ability to manipulate matter through information management. There is a primordial force emanating from the spiritual world that creates and orders this material world. It's called Alat. All other types of energies are derivatives of this primary force, and it's these derivatives that civilizations can use as energy sources. To illustrate this with understandable examples, here you are. Consider oil as the force in our example. By heating it and separating it into fractions, the lighter component, the purer one, remains on top, while all the impurities, heavy residues like bitumen and tar, settle at the bottom. This represents a lower energy component. When it breaks down, the obtained energy forms like electricity nuclear reactions. Thus, we derive energy from the decomposition of the lower fraction of this force. The higher the civilization's level of development, the more access they have to purer energy sources. A human being, as an animate being, can influence the environment with his attention. Therefore, human attention is already a manifestation of power. It is important to realize that energy has no creative property. Energy can change the environment to many other things. That is, it can have a destructive effect. It can be directed to create something. And power differs from energy as it allows to create. The power that is revealed to civilization when it passes to the fifth stage, that is to the creative society, is the power of transformation at the level of microcosm. It is manipulation of information and energies at the quantum level. Their power controls information, forces energies, that is, waves, to take this or that form, depending on the information that is embedded in them. Therefore, if we understand our essence and the very meaning of existence of mankind, unite, if we distribute the responsibility for life in our society equally among all people on the planet, then this creative power will become available to us, which will allow us to significantly transform our world. Then we will become a civilization. After all, as of today, we're not even a civilization. We exist in consumer format, where we are disconnected, where egoism dominates, everyone is trying to improve their own life, and the conditions are worsening. Currently, the survival of humanity is at stake. Can't even the climatic threat make us realize so that we stop engaging in nonsense and come together to address the issue that has already come into our home? Don't we understand that soon nothing might be left of our planet? Do we want to repeat the fate of Mars and feed on? It's time for all of us to grow up and look at the world with sober, clear eyes. We are humans, and we have the power to change everything. And if we understand that by improving society's life, we improve our own lives, then conditions will change.
Thank you, Renata. Indeed, mankind has a unique chance to get out of the abyss of the cataclysms and the consumerist format to the solid shore of the creative future for each person. The choice is up to each one of us. Our today's edition of Kaleidoscope Effects has come to an end. Thank you for your attention. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the research team, technical support team, scriptwriters, directors, editors, translators, simultaneous interpreters, designers, and speakers, all those who were directly involved in the creation of this edition. Thank you also to all the scientists, researchers, and specialists who shared their knowledge and expertise with us. Friends, all the best to you, and see you in a month.